You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker by liking our Facebook page and join over 55,000 like-minded people. Jewellery Maker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information. Did you know that if you go to JewelleryMaker.com and sign up to our mailing list, then you'll receive 10% off your first order with us. We'll also keep you updated with special offers, themed shows, program guides and Jewellery Maker tutorials. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share. Do you need a helping hand to get started with Jewellery Maker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our Jewellery Maker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist, or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Jewellery Maker. Lovely to be with you today. My name is Rebecca Reddican, but you can call me Becky. If we've not met before, I'm a typical Pisces from Chester, and we have got a load of treats for you today. If you've just joined us, you may well have not seen who our guest designer for the final hour of today is. I am joined by the wonderful Karen Crawford. How are you, my love?
I'm good, how are you?
Really good, thank you. Your makes today. Wowzers.
Thank you.
You've been busy.
I have.
You've got a little bit of time to chill out now.
Yes.
And to feast your eyes on some of the goodies that I've got for you.
I'll be buying.
I have got so many little treats for you coming up today. I'm going to be with you for the next 5 hours. I'm going to be with you on the mid as well. I'm joined by Gemma Crow for that 4 hour slot, and I've got lots of deals. It's Treat Tuesday, so we've got competitions and stuff running, and we've got illegal prices as well. So we've got loads and loads of little treats. I've got on my tea bar here, correct, this really, oh wow, that is precious, really precious star buy coming up for you in a little bit. This, ladies and gentlemen, is coming up for you as a star buy. Look at the brightness of that. Isn't that spectacular?
Gorgeous. Yeah.
What do you look for in a moonstone, Karen?
Exactly that sort of fiery colours being flashed at you. I mean, that's exactly what I look for. Yeah. Most definitely.
Yeah, this bright flash of light. Yeah. I love how you've got the clarity in it as well.
You have, in that one you have, yes.
Yeah. You don't always in a moonstone
at all.
You don't. No. At all. Moonstone, very, very fibrous inclusions you'd expect. That's kind of why you get this sheen of light underneath the surface. You know, all those blues is due to all of those inclusions usually. Well, the build-up of it, which obviously a lot of the time will show itself to be inclusions, because it's almost like a silk-like structure inside. And because of that, you don't generally get clarity. Clarity is definitely one of the things that valuators look for, and we've definitely got it on here as well for you. So that's a little bit exciting, isn't it? So that's coming up for you, star buy in a wee while. How do you feel about starting off with 925 sterling silver, the beads. Now these are going to be extremely popular when I don't drop half of them in the box. Dion, have you missed me? Have you missed my clumsiness, Babs? Now, I have got for you here these lovely stardust beads. Now, I just need to let you know I'm last chance sallooning on this already. That means I have only got around 22 of these. These are extremely popular at the moment. We have got your 925 sterling silver stardust beads. I've got 6 of them here for you. Yes, some people might see 4, but I can assure you there is definitely 6. You have got these gorgeous, big, bold 6mm rounds on these ones. And you see how you've got that stardust effect? It is just giving this really nice dispersion of light. Now, we all know, don't we, sterling silver, the highest reflection, i.e. highest amount of light back to the eye than any other precious metal. It beats the lights of your titanium, it beats the lights of your gold for the amount of light it gives back to the eye. And when you get these lovely stardust elements, you get even more of that light back to the eye. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm less than 30 on this available for you right here, right now. If you want to get your hands on these, you know exactly what to do, right? It's 0800 644 655. They're going to be workable, they're going to be usable. Your price point on these for sterling silver is exceptional, £8.95 for the amount you've got here. You can see how massive these are. They're a 6mm. Stardust beads that I'm used to doing are usually around the sort of 4mm, you know, really quite delicate, a little bit, maybe even a little bit fiddly to some. Okay, I'm in my teens on this now. I'm in my teens. It's official. That means hardly any of these quantity left. You know, I was saying earlier, they're really usable. For me, it's because of the drill hole on these. These on a stretchy bracelet, just one in between some of your favourite gemstones on a stretchy bracelet. It's not going to be fiddly because the drill hole's mammoth. You're going to be able to create that so simply. Even, I would suggest, actually, looking at the size of the drill hole on these, let me just have a look. Oh yeah, you're easily getting a 1mm through here, possibly even a 1.5mm wire on this one. So you've got a real big opportunity on this. I've got lots of people treating themselves to this one. We've been having texts in today, haven't we? Loads of people have been telling us stories about losing, like, what? Sorry, Dion's just gone. Losing, you know, children, just leaving them places, you know. Just leaving them, you get into getting into the car and driving off. As when you say just sort of leaving them, I just imagined it like, you know, sometimes when you pop in a shop and you leave your golden retriever outside on a lamppost. Just imagine that. We've had loads of people messaging in today. Let's have a little look at this one. It says, "Morning lovelies, my most embarrassing baby fog moment was in a shop. The attendant whispered to me that my top was inside out, so without thinking I whipped it off and turned it right side around. Only realised what I'd done when I saw her shocked face." That is serious brain fog, isn't it? That is serious baby brain, isn't it?
That's brilliant.
I love that. Is a confidence. That is a confidence, isn't it? She did not expect that. Whoops, sorry. Woo! I can't believe that. That is brilliant. Hello, Christine. My father accidentally took the dog's water tablets. Oh. My mum phoned the doctor, who told her he'd be okay, but to phone an ambulance if he started barking. That's brilliant. Oh, I like a bit of a witty doctor. Thank you for that, Christine. Keep those texts coming in. 60777, like text with the word JM Studio. Let's hear your stories. Have you had a baby brain moment? Have you had one of those times where you've perhaps, you know, I got lost in a shop once when I was little. I was looking at the prawn sandwiches. I remember it so vividly. I was looking at the prawn sandwiches. I was about 9. I was looking at the prawn sandwiches and I just remember being like, oh, so many prawns to choose from. And I started talking about prawns to my mum and I turned around and they'd just gone. And I just went, ah, and burst out crying and went up to this veg man and was like, I've lost my mum and dad. And he went, why? And he went, because of prawns. That's what I remember it so vividly. Do keep those texts coming in. Last few of these ones, I'm talking single figures on these. Like I said again, sterling silver, big gram weight on these, 6mm, really workable drill hole, and you are getting 6 of them in total. Nice work to everyone. How do you feel now that we've started the show about stopping it for the show? Did you just cut me off mid-sentence? Oh, my director, my finger slipped. Look at him, look. How about a showstopper? We're going to bring you a showstopper right now. Slippy finger my face. Oh my gosh, you are going to love this. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I know you've had a couple on this morning, and I know that one of them definitely sold out. I think it was the black one, definitely sold out. Now, this one I see selling out even quicker than that one because it is the most popular colour in the world. This, ladies and gentlemen, is your stunning gold-plated brass chain in the blue. Take a little look at that. Oh, it's just beautiful, isn't it? Now, I showed you the other day, actually, on the mid-show, that blue has been determined as the #1 colour in the world. And they did a study that essentially looked at 10 different countries, and all 10 different countries, blue came out on top as the most popular. 33% of people in the UK classed it as their favourite colour, and the lowest, I think this is amazing, the lowest percentage of the countries that they asked, the lowest percentage still said that 22% of people picked blue as their favourite colour. That was in Indonesia. So you have got the most popular colour officially here for you today, ladies and gentlemen. This is your beautiful blue chain. Sorry, all I can see is Dion. I'm telling you all these stats and facts, and look at what she's doing. She's just like, finally, people understand. She's just going, blue, champion, the whole time. Just like, yes, I knew it, blue's the best. And it's official, Dion. You could say now it's officially true. Now, why is that good for you if you're selling your jewellery? Well, you're likely to be hitting a lot of audiences. Approximately 33% of your customers, approximately, in Britain, are going to be having this as their favourite colour. But even then, it was in the top 5 of colours for a massive percent, something like 90% of people. So that means it's going to be extremely, extremely popular. Not only is it going to be popular because of the colour, it's going to be popular because of the price. Dion has just whacked out those arrows, and she is not afraid to do it. A bit like Anne when she took her top off in that shop. You have got a dropped down price point on this, ladies and gentlemen. And of course we have to go lower than the others. That's lower than all of the other ones that we've had on today's show, purely because it's blue. What can some people think it's endearing. I think she maybe needs to talk to someone about it. You know, she sees blue and she just can't control herself. Look at the quality of this, ladies and gentlemen. It's genuine brass at the heart of it, so it's got a lovely weight to it. And look at that intricate detail. We've really gone to town on this. To get all of that gold plated, there are so many of you coming in for this. You have to be checking out this basket. We've already had one sold out, and this one going even lower. Of course it's going to sell out. You have got the opportunity to get your hands on the most popular colour, a recent study had said, in the world, and you've got the opportunity to get it against this gold. How beautiful is this? Is this kind of blue with the gold? I went to, oh, way up, Catherine. I went to the town library toilet, not realising my skirt's in my knickers. Oh. Can I let you into something? That happens a lot here at Jewellery Maker. The amount of times I'll walk behind a guest designer and they've tucked their mic in and their knickers are sticking out is quite a lot, to be honest. Don't worry, Karen, it's never happened with you.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Give me time.
Not yet. Oh, Catherine, breath bless you. Hi all, my Jack Russell has a loud bark. I shut him in the lounge. He barks like mad. He goes into the bathroom door closes, and he is sat there for 4 hours silent. What, so it's just about the different rooms that you put them in? Maybe it's just one of those, you know, some people like hanging out in the kitchen. Maybe it's just kind of a bathroom kind of dog. Or he's spending 4 hours drinking out the toilet. We all know dogs do it. We all know. Hello, Susie, you gorgeous lady. My mum left me in my pram outside Woolies shop. Woolworths, good shop. Those sweets were brilliant. She realised halfway home and ran back to a lady rocking me. Oh, that is so lovely. Susie, that is adorable. I love how she's just... Thing is, Woolies could do that to you. You were like in a trance when you were in Woolworths, weren't you?
Yeah.
You really were.
Yeah.
All the sweets and all the CDs. Christine, hi everyone. I was off. This is going really quickly, by the way, if you want to check out. Hi everyone. I was off in the car to go to the hairdressers. A real high-end salon. Fortunately, I realised I had odd shoes on. Quickly turned the car around and sorted myself out. Got to the hairdressers only to realise I now had my slippers on. And as you will all know, your shoes are on view when sat with your feet on the footrest at the bar of the hairdressers. And that is from Chris. Yeah, of course, because your feet are up there, aren't they? And that's the main thing. People are looking kind of at the back of your head onto your shoe.
Yeah.
That's quite awkward. Just flipping in your slippers. Hi, ladies. I once went to work wearing odd shoes. One lace up and one buckle. Oops. Rachel. That's quite a skill, actually.
That is, isn't it? Yeah.
Because you've got to think about this. Rachel has forgotten between doing up this shoe and doing up this shoe. So the space of about sort of 10 seconds there that you've gone, this feels normal. Yes, it does. And then doing a buckle. That, Rachel, is a bit of a skill, actually.
Yeah.
I'm surprised I've never done that before. Oh, unless you just push your foot in. Yeah, lazy people. Yeah, I do that. I can't on these ones, though. They've got like an ankle buckle on them. Got an ankle buckle on them, so I can't do it with these. Yeah, I did, yeah. Yeah, I did, thanks. Shark shoes. I've got for you a few of these ones left. Well done to absolutely every single one of you. I think they're just that stunning. How do you feel about some more sterling silver, ladies and gentlemen? Now, tell me, Karen, what do you like about sterling silver, please?
I think it's the one precious metal that you... I thought you were going to have that jammed on there.
No. It's adjustable, so we're fine.
Oh, thank God. No, it's when you're using genuine gemstones, you want something that's going to finish it off perfectly, and that's sterling silver. It doesn't wear off, it doesn't wear out. So it's, it's the perfect finishing
touch to your high-end pieces. I do understand that. I've got here for you genuine sterling silver in an adjustable ring. Now, what we have here, if I show you this, is you have this element here, which is kind of like the base, the base, or if you ask my director, the colander kind of section of the ring. Now, what we've got here is something that works almost like a mattress for your gemstones, doesn't it, Karen?
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, it's a way of sort of making a little clustering out of whatever gemstones you've got, usually small ones, and then weaving them in and out of the colander section.
And you can give then a really kind of full look with your gemstones, can't you?
Exactly, yeah. You can build up on them and sort of make yourself a lovely clustering.
You can see, if you can imagine all of this cluster within there, you're going to get loads of light shining around it. And also you can see it is adjustable as well, so it's kind of one size fits all on this. Big amount of metal in there, you can see it's not like a little hairline fracture or a little line of silver. Big amount of silver all the way around this, and even more in the addition to give you that beautiful movement in the centre there. You are getting a mammoth gram weight for a ring, and in 925 sterling silver. So surely the price should be triple that, no? £4.95 for you today to be able to get your hands on sterling silver. Now, if you were selling sterling silver, say you were doing a copper ring and a sterling silver ring in the same design, took the same amount of time, what kind of price might you be adding on with sterling silver?
Oh, I mean, it's got to be at least, I don't know, 4 or 5 times the cost of like copper or copper base, silver plated or something. So, say for instance you were selling the copper one for say £15, well then you'd be selling the silver one for a heck of a lot more. So you're probably talking £60, £70.
Yeah. It's just epic, really, when you think you're going to be charging about 4 or 5 times more, and absolutely understandably. Silver is at a year-to-date high at the moment, so realistically, I would totally understand charging £4 or £5 extra.
Yeah.
Deborah's saying, I worked for a catering farm. We wore just white kitchen coats. I ran downstairs to the kitchen to lots of stairs. I hadn't done my poppers up. Where were the poppers? Were they at the back or at the front? Either quite embarrassing. I prefer a bit at the back, I'll be honest. Just at the top. Depends where the poppers were as well.
Exactly, yeah.
All the way down. Surely you'd feel a draft, wouldn't you? Director Ben says he'd prefer at the front, you know, because you're running down the stairs and it's just kind of like, ta-da! Here I am, everyone. Yeah, I like that idea. I love that. Oh, Deborah, you poor thing. Claire, oh my days, Becky, I need your shoes. Oh, bless you. You're an absolutely love. These ones. These ones. They are. Look at them. Sharkin. Shark.
What's the website?
Sharky. Sharky. Do you like him? It looks pretty good. Oh, can't keep my leg up there for that long. It looks pretty good when you're walking because people sort of look at your shoes and they're a bit boring from the front, but then at the back, thanks. You have got the opportunity here, ladies and gentlemen, to get your hands on these ones for £4.95. Do not forget for me, if you want to get this into your basket, you do make sure you do need to make sure that you are checking out when you have the opportunity to do so. A really stunning price on this one. It truly is. I think Dion's just getting ready for going away, aren't you, Dee? When is it? Sunday. She's just gone. Sunday I break up. Oh, I love that. School holidays. That's brilliant. You're going to have to go out every day. Back to school shopping. It'll happen in a few months' time. Get the pens. Oh my gosh, I love stationery shopping. Jacqueline has said, I have done the odd shoe thing, but with slippers. Had to rush to a friend's because I was late. Turned up with one black shoe and one bright pink slipper.
How'd you do that?
I just imagine them walking like... You know what I mean? I love that, Jacqueline. I don't have any slippers. I feel like slippers are the way forward. Are slippers a thing now?
No,
Do you have slippers, Michael? Let's do a little check around, shall we? Tech up, Michael. Slippers or no slippers?
No slippers.
No slippers. Director Ben, what are we guessing? Slippers or none? Slippers or none, Ben? You forget about them. No. Dion, slippers or none?
She's on slippers.
She's all about the slippers. Apparently they're big like bare feet that you put in. That means they're not blue. Oh my gosh. Bex, are you a slipper person or non-slipper person? Nah. Karen, slippers or none?
I'm a slipper person. I like the booty style ones, you know, the
Oh,
I love them, the fluffy ones.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I need to get myself a pair of slippers. Yeah. Deborah. Oh, the buttons were at the front. Yes, all the way down. Oh, Deborah, who came out in a chef white with all of the buttons running down the stairs. And with that image, let's go to a star by. I've got for you now this style by, which really is going to just kind of, I would say, tell you exactly and show you exactly the types of things valuators will look for in a gemstone like this rainbow moonstone. Now, the fact of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, that if you think about it, we won't all sell our jewellery, we won't all get our jewellery valued, but isn't it kind of good to know what types of qualities you're dealing with and quality you're working with? I have got such an epic quality here that we weren't able to purchase as many as we wanted. We actually were only able to get 30 of these. So I am in my last chance saloon. If you want to see the qualities of a brand new moonstone, never been seen before, you have the opportunity to do so now. Ladies and gentlemen, giving you all the qualities you would normally and hope for in a moonstone, this is your star by. This is epic quality. What do valuators look for in a moonstone? They look for many different things. One thing they look for is, of course, that shimmer and that sheen. But they don't just look for an element of it, okay? What you will look for with Evaluator is you will look for not just one spot or one area of shimmer. You will look for a shimmer that rotates as the gemstone itself does. And that's exactly what this does. So basically, if you imagine this was a cabochon shape, probably the easiest way to imagine it. If you had a cabochon and there was one top corner maybe that had a beautiful piece of shimmer, but other than that, the gemstone kind of looked a bit dead, a little bit milky, then if you imagine it's kind of this bit here, that bit gleams all beautiful, but the rest of it is milky, then they're not really kind of going to be the highest of value. The average, they say, for kind of your high-end value, your kind of luxury style is 50% shimmer. So actually even half of it can be completely dull if you imagine in the cam. And the top half, you still got luxury. We don't expect all of it to be spangling with colour. But for me, this kind of is. Now obviously you're just looking at this in a 2D format, you're looking at this kind of through your TV screen, so it's flat. I obviously am looking at it in 3D. So I can see that when a piece of shimmer goes off the screen for you when it's off the camera, that shimmer actually continues around the gemstone back to me. Now that, ladies and gentlemen, is a sign of serious quality. It's quality like that that we look for and we try and aim to get time and time again, but we can't always do it because Mother Nature doesn't always supply us with it. That's why we were only able to purchase 30 of these. You know what we're like here at Jewellery Maker. Normally we're trying to buy sort of 200 or something at a time. Maybe if it's quite exclusive, we're looking at buying 80 of something at a time. For the quality we wanted, when we put this order in, we were only able to get 30. So it is a last chance saloon opportunity for you now, ladies and gentlemen. Not only have you got that beautiful... Eh? Oh, sorry. I'm quite good at multitasking until my producer says ridiculous things. Like, we're going to £9.95. This to my eye, dear me,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, and well done for toning that down. I could say dearie me was not on the tip of your tongue then, Karen, I could tell. £9.95. That is not what I would expect for this at all, because that shimmer does continue around. Look at that clarity. That's another thing valuators will look for. Not just a flat, milky tone and not just a flat, milky body. This has got a lot of light banding through it. You can see, when you can see elements of black, that's because you can see the blackboard behind it. You can see the blackboard underneath it. Were you expecting that at all, Karen?
No, I wasn't. No.
For me, to my eye, this is one of our kind of 1995 price point strands. You know, when you get the clarity. In fact, I did not so long ago, the other day, by the way, if we've not met before, the other day, to me, could be yesterday or the first Tuesday in 1995. So the other day, I did a beautiful Moonstone for you that showed a lot of the elements to this, a lot of the qualities to this, and we were at the £32 mark. So realistically, I think for the amount you're getting here, that's sensational.
I've paid £40 for a strand. Not
really?
Here, it was another supplier, and that was a few years ago, but it was, in all honesty, it wasn't as good quality as that. And the beads were smaller.
Really? Smaller beads, and I think, honestly, with phenomenon gemstones, you can pay a premium. Yeah. You really, really can, and you expect to as well, because of the amount of quality in there and because it kind of captivates people. Well done, last few of those, obviously, you know, all starting off in Last Chance Saloon. I'm just thinking, what about, could you imagine something like these over the top of the headband?
Yeah.
If you were to, so the perfect size actually for your tiara band, aren't they the perfect size? And you'd get that gorgeous as you're wearing it in your hair, in particular if you're, you know, if you've got quite rich coloured hair. Imagine that alongside
beautiful,
it.
yeah.
Wouldn't that be stunning? These hairbands are coming up for you right here, right now, and actually the quality of that Moonstone, I bet it wouldn't just go with the silver either. It'd probably go with, oh my gosh, I can't remember the last time I've seen these, but the rose gold quality. I'm going to get that rose gold one as well. These tiara bands are up on your screen right now. Oh, it does go, doesn't it?
Oh, that's lovely, isn't it?
Look at the quality of that Moonstone. You can see that colour shining through. Oh my gosh, imagine that in the hairline. That'd be phenomenal, wouldn't it? I'm going to move on to the tiara bands right now. If you want to get your hands on the last single figures of those, then you absolutely can. That Moonstone's coming in at the bottom of your screen. I want to put that against the gold in a minute as well, actually. Okay, let me show you exactly what we're getting here. We're getting your tiara bands. Now, tiara bands can be worn in a number of different ways. You can wear them as you would a tiara, or like a headband, like you would a cross. And of course, you can wear them right at the front if you want to. I absolutely love our tiara bands because they don't give you that horrible pinchy headache.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes I have brought really nice fascinators on headbands that after about sort of 2 hours into the day, I feel like Frankenstein's monster. You know, he's got like the pins through his neck, like that, but they're just a little bit higher up.
Yeah.
It pinches, gives you a headache, doesn't it, Karen?
Yeah, it really does, actually.
Well, I've never had that problem with these ones because they're so high quality. They are metal, and because they're metal, they do have a memory to them. So if you leave these, if they are a bit too pinchy on you, if you leave these over something that's kind of, I put them actually on the side of my sofa arm, it will guide them out, and it will, over time, stretch them out, so it's really comfy. You can get it to kind of fit you. I've got 5 of the gold here for you. I've got 5 of the rose gold. And I've got 5 of the silver. Now, Karen, I'd love to ask you, if people haven't seen these before or worked with these before, because I just want to do a little bit of research, can you tell us what you might suggest beginner-wise for someone to do with something like this?
Exactly what you've said is just put a row, just wire on a row of beads along the top of the tiara band, and maybe sort of add some tiara twists to it as well. So you know you have like a little branch coming off the tiara band with a bead on the end of it.
So it gives you that nice movement kind of look and effect.
Yeah.
Just doing this little bit of research here, and I'm just finding for you, here it is. Well-known crafting store, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to, Michael, can I borrow you for a moment, please?
Yes.
Pop around here. This is Michael, my tech hop, sometimes known as the stud muffin of the group. Put your head in a bit more, Petal. Now, there's 2 headbands here, but can you just explain to me what this looks like? What these look like, yeah.
Look like bracelets more than headbands, anyway.
Do they?
Yeah,
if I click on it and bring it up to real size, because
you,
don't forget it is on a screen. Okay, so you've got the larger size now. What colour are we looking at?
Gold.
What metal is? Oh, is it metal? Is it a plastic?
It's metal, yeah.
Okay, and can I just ask you, for 2 of them, what price are you seeing on your screen now?
£3.50.
£3.50 for 2. Well-known craft store. Thank you, babe.
Yeah.
For 2. Now that is gold colour, it's 3mm in size, which these are as well. In fact, these are 5mm in size, so even thicker on these ones. Those are 3mm. So thinner, so less metal, same colour, same look to them for 2, £3.50. I'm bringing to you now 15. So how much would that be then, Dion? You know you want to get that calculator out, pal. So if we did it, let's imagine it's 14 because that's easier, isn't it? If you're dividing it. So that'd be £3.50 works, yeah. Times, what's half of 14? 7. So times 7, that'd be about right, wouldn't it? £24.50 you would be expecting to pay if you went to that very well-known craft store, not an expensive one, the very known one that we all think generally a bit of a bargain. So you're looking at close to £25. Your price point today, ladies and gentlemen, for all of these, £5.95. £5.95 for all of these. That is phenomenal. The look of those ones there, exactly the same, but they were thinner, so that's less metal and therefore less work and therefore less cost to make and therefore surely less cost to sell on. But this is exactly what we talk about when we talk about us here at Jewellery Maker, ladies and gentlemen. We talk about the fact that we take out that kind of cut out the middlemen. We don't have to pay for the likes of a big shop all over the country, which raises your prices. You know, if you think as well, you know, obviously you have presenters here that bring things to you, but you've got to think about all the sales assistants they have to have and everything else, and all the delivery costs, and they don't go direct to the buyers like we do. That is a sensational deal. Catherine said they would be amazing with diamond nuggets in between each one. Oh my gosh, you're so right.
Yeah.
I absolutely love that idea, Catherine. I wanted to show you as well, if I may, against the gold, just for the headband idea. These are the Moonstone, which are currently at the bottom of your screen. High quality Moonstone. I think, as a headband, how stunning does that look with the gold as well? I adore how the quality of this and the quality of the headbands together give a totally different look, don't they?
Yeah,
depending on the colour.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
I mean, that brings up sort of like, you can actually see the sort of yellow tinges coming through, the yellow flashes.
Yes. Yeah, you get more of those golds on the rainbow spectrum, don't you? Ladies and gentlemen, that price point for all of these headbands is absolutely incredible. I mean, this is ridiculous. And do not do this. Don't do this. This is genuinely don't, because this is ridiculous. But imagine if you just went to like a kid's fair or something, and you wanted to maybe just add a little bit of fabric on top or something, or just a few gemstones on top, and you sold these. Don't do this, because this is ridiculous, but you sold them for 50p each, which is ridiculous. You're looking at £1, £2, £3, £4, £5, £6, £7, about how much? You're looking at sort of £15 if you do it a pound each. Of course, even if you're doing it at 50p, you're still looking close to like £9, aren't you? And I mean, don't do that, because that's ridiculous. Robert is saying, I used to work with a lady who one day turned up with her trousers on backwards. To this day, we do not know how she managed it.
That's bizarre.
Surely that's going to be baggy at the front, if you know what I mean.
And zip at the back, so...
Oh, that is incredible.
Unless they were stretchy ones or something.
Maybe they could be stretchy ones, but even then you're going to notice the tassels at the back, aren't you? I love how Robert's like, there was this person I knew, a friend of a friend. Hey Gaynor, hello everyone at JM. I once put hairspray on, but couldn't understand why my hair kept moving. When I glanced at the can, I saw it was body spray. Oh, I bet your hair smelled absolutely glorious though, didn't it? That is so cool! I want that forever!
That's brilliant.
That is amazing! Director Ben, once again, proving that he deserves a pay rise. Really, really does. This is astonishing deal that you've got here, it really is. And well done to absolutely every single one of you. And that craft stall I went to, well-known craft stall, I've got to say that is actually a really good price. And I don't have to say it because you meant to say it. No, I genuinely think it is a good price because well-known, well, a supermarket near mine does a simple metal one, just one for £3.
Yeah.
So I think that's a great price, £5.95. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you got your hands on those, and there's loads of you. You've got it. Lots of multi-buyers as well, and absolutely, why not? Because don't forget, you can do loads more with these. I quite like just a little neckline piece. Just a little neckline piece. Okay, how do you feel about some glue? I have run out of glue.
Yeah, I know, I always do as well.
How do you feel when you run out of glue? Because it really gets my giblets.
Yeah, the problem with me was I ran out and then couldn't find it anywhere.
No. Let me show you exactly what we've got here, ladies and gentlemen. A big amount of your sensational pairings of glue. Now, I need a big variety of glue because, as you will know, I make and decorate shoes, as you've just seen. I also sell them on, so I need to make sure that when I'm selling these pieces, I know they're staying in place and I know that they're going to be good for my customer. I also talk about how I've made and sold paper crafts in the past, and I know that I need a different type of glue for the kind of paper crafting. I know that I work a lot of the time with fabrics, and if I'm jewellery making, I'm going to be looking for different types of glue. So it is really important for me and a lot of you out there to have a big variety of glue. So it's great that we've got a bundle here for you. I haven't seen a bundle of glue since I work with Dion. I've got for you here a fab amount of treats. First things first, your hypo cement does what it says on the tin, realistically. It's a really strong bonding tool. It's got that tiny little application section here, which means it gives you a real nice fine line, fine detail, and it also means that if you're working with something that needs to stay exactly where it is, but maybe it's delicate, then this is perfect for it. I actually use it with lace. Now on lace, if I'm doing it onto a hard backing, and obviously I don't need the movement there, so I won't use fabric glue. I will use this because you're using that tiny little intricate area there to do all the details. Last thing you want when you work with high-end lace is that squidge, is it? You know, that squodge out the side. So perfect for that sort of thing and loads more. I've also got here your E6000. Now the E6000 is fantastic as well. Does a slightly different job. It has got that clarity aspect to it, so you can't really see the elements of it kind of squidging out, squelching out. The great thing about it as well is that it gives you a little bit of time for manoeuvring. The cement, you glue it on, few seconds, it's not going anywhere. With this, it's great for kind of placing things. So maybe if you aren't quite sure how you want it to look, or maybe you need things to line up properly, you do get a little bit of movement with these. Now this, ladies and gentlemen, is a collection which I know already we do the best prices on, and I can honestly say that. The fact of the matter is, you know that well-known store I was talking about before? Yeah. The price of this alone in that shop is way more than that price, and you're getting 2 of the E6000s on this. We do great prices on our glues here, sensational. We go directly to the creator, directly to the maker for these, and a lot of companies don't do that. So with these, ladies and gentlemen, I personally, from my research, and I've been working with different glues for years, from my research, I think this price is astonishing. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's brilliant. Like you say, I mean, I've paid more than that for the hypo cement.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Just for the hypo cement alone, paying a higher price. So for me, actually, this is like us going, here, have a product. Here, also have £3 back. And here, have these for free.
Yeah, exactly.
Which, I'll be honest, wouldn't look great on a poster, but it is like that. It is like that. Hey, Susan, you're saying, we're talking today a little bit about those kind of bloop moments where your mind just kind of goes. Susan says, husband's granny used to spray herself head to toe with body spray, but accidentally picked up iodine spray for cuts. She was completely bright yellow. That, Susan, is hilarious. You know, iodine spray that you spray on if you get a cut or a graze, and it is, I mean, like fluorescent orangey yellow. Have you never seen iodine spray? You're going to have to search this. You're going to. It would work on sharp bites, Ben, I think. Yeah. You have got. That is a sensational story. I love that. Have you seen it? No, you get the iodine spray that goes like, I mean, this kind of shade of orangey yellow here.
Yeah.
That is great. Do you know what though? Instant tan. Hey, Susan. I got kind of a yellowy tan. Yeah. Oh, it's more like instant
jaundice look, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say it's more like instant jaundice, actually. Yeah, maybe not what she was going for. Loads of you treating yourself to these. We haven't seen this amount of glue in absolutely yonks, so I would say get your hands on it whilst you have the opportunity to do so. In my first year of teaching, I had a blackboard to teach from, so I had wet wipes to clean it. Oops, I had self-tanning wipes. End of the day, orange hands. Oh, that's not good, is it? Thank you, children. Bye. Oh. Oops. Tanning wipes. I adore that. Well done to everyone who got their hands on this. That is hardly any of those ones left now. I'm about to sell out. Okay, bringing to you some blue heart chain now. Now, ladies and gentlemen, lower stock on this on it. Take a little look at this. You ready? I love and adore this chain, in the blue in particular. When Dion saw this, she thought all her dreams had come true. This is heart chain. It was our most popular type and variety of chain. We used to do little lengths of heart chain and that would be it, and they would sell out instantly, and because of that we decided to get our own heart chain made so we could do it on 10-meter spools, and now we've started to play with all of these stunning colours. I absolutely love this heart chain because it is so sturdy. What do you like about chains like this, please, Karen?
I think they make lovely little gifts for children if you want to do like little, if you want to make like polymer clay charms and you want a bracelet to put them on, I think that would be perfect.
Yeah.
Something like that.
It'd be really lovely, and they'd be able to have a lot of fun with it as well, actually.
Exactly, yeah.
The great thing with these is you've got a really large hole within these hearts, so if you want to do your charm bracelets, then that is absolutely perfect, because you would be able to get, even of our standard head pins, you're going to be able to get a good, what, 3, maybe even 4 head pins through there. And this, of course, don't forget, because you've got 10 meters, can be used as a bracelet or necklaces or whatever, but you can use it for so much more. I adorn, you know, the likes of my cards and the likes of my shoes with chain links to them, links and links and links to them, and adore them. You can do things like homeware at the moment is really metallic. I don't know if you've noticed. There's lots of these really beautiful colours in, like these blues. How Serenity is that? It is kind of the Pantone colour of the year. But also, there's lots of adornments now. I've seen lots of them, like lampshades with, instead of what used to be kind of the tassels hanging from, I've seen some with more metal edge look to them now. This, ladies and gentlemen, is your last stock opportunity. It is that beautiful blue effect. We're going to roll this down a bit, and what I will say is, how great is that as a pairing to that chain we had earlier?
Most definitely, yeah.
Roll this down in price, 10 meters for £9.95 for you today. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a real deal. It's £1 a meter, isn't it?
I can see it as a multi-strand necklace as well, just loads and loads of chains, maybe at different lengths.
Like that idea a lot.
Going, yeah, sort of draping.
I love that idea a lot. And a great thing about these too is because those holes are so large, you can put elastic in it. And when you do that, you kind of go in, out, in, out, in, out. It does this really nice, let me just kind of twist it for you. This is obviously just to give you an idea. But it gives you this beautiful textured look. It kind of squashes it all up together.
Yeah.
And gives it a real nice sort of textured detailed look. It was really high end. I have heart chain in pink and orange. I use 1 or 2 links in resin.
Oh, that's lovely.
A lovely idea.
That is really nice.
And do you know what I like about that as well, Anne? If you actually kind of left this, maybe you did, say you did a bezel of your resin, and you actually left this in the resin, then it's going to cure because it's a dry medium, so it's going to cure with it in. So that means it's all attached. You don't have to worry about it twisting around or anything. Yeah. Oh, I really like that idea, Anne. I think that's fab. Well done to everyone getting their hands on that. Last chances on those ones. Don't forget that reduced price ain't lasting for long. It's going to change back at 8 o'clock. I'm bringing to you now jump rings. These are very limited. Last chance saloon on these already. They're going to be popular because if you want high-end chainmail, you know you need your 925 jump rings, right? These are 50 pieces of your 925 jump rings. They're a 5mm. Now that is your outer diameter on these. Inner diameter, you're looking at around about pretty much a 4.2 on these ones. Ladies and gentlemen, when you've got sterling silver and you've got chainmail, you've got a match to be reckoned with there. You've got something that is very much loved. You've got something that is quite time consuming, and you've got something that is high-end components. All of those 3 things together means you have the opportunity to make serious amounts of money. 50 pieces means you could easily do yourself a beautiful pair of earrings. A load of Mobius rings at £5.95 for this many of them. That really is exceptional. Imagine doing a Mobius ring. If you just used 5 of these at a time, that means you could do 10 Mobius ring pendants. If you did 10 Mobius ring pendants and you were selling them on at £20 a pop, quite understandably, and I'll be honest, Fleur will probably tell me that that's far too low, but if I did that, I am in serious amounts of profit for something that hasn't taken that long. Sold out! Sorry, did try and forewarn you. Okay, now I've got for you some gold faceted beads in 925. Oh, these are, I'm really close to Last Chance Saloon. Got slightly more, but really close to it. These are phenomenal. The faceting work on them is exceptional. I've got the gorgeous silver underneath, and then I've got that gold over the top, so it gives you this luminosity, it gives you this brightness, and you've still got a lot of gold within there because it's plating, so that means you've got more gold on there than you would with, say, the likes of your flash. You have got, with these, a really elegant, delicate look and appeal, and they are dainty, but boy, do they have impact. Look at the sparkle on them. You've got that silver underneath there and that gold over the top, so it just gives you sensational sparkle. If you want to get your hands on these, I am officially in my Last Chance Saloon now because they're £4.95 for that much. And yes, it is 925 sterling silver, and yes, it is gold. And did you know how much gold is up in price at the moment? Gold is up in price 19% from this time last year. That is, it might not sound like a lot, 19%, but that is kind of worldwide. That is epic. Amount. It really is exceptional. That is your gold at £9.95 with that sterling silver at the heart of it. Hey Tracy, after shaving your underarms, it's a good idea not to mix up your deodorant and hairspray. That actually sounds quite painful and it's quite sticky. No one wants a sticky pit, do they? Nobody wants a sticky pit. That is a sensational price. I can't think if I've ever mixed anything up like that, which is strange. I will have done because I'm so clumsy, aren't I? I definitely will have done.
I was saying earlier on, my mother mixed up the deodorant with the cat flea spray.
Really? I love that they smell delightful.
Just didn't have fleas, I suppose that was the one good thing, you know. So.
That's always an important thing to think of. Last few of those ones, okay. I've got to bring to you now a very special strand, and I really am completely and absolutely... I am absolutely in love with this. We've been bringing you exceptional coloured opal of late. This is totally and absolutely natural. This is absolutely, completely real deal natural. Not even heat applied to this or anything, coating. I love that we've been bringing you the coloured varieties, and you've loved it too. We've now branched out to bring you really versatile strands because it's graduated as well. Stunning sky blue opal with an absolute bang on trend colour that we've got with these ones, and there are 5 to 9 mil in the perfect round. You have this gentle glow internally within them, which you're not going to be able to see to the screen now, and it's purely because there's not enough light behind me. But if you get this in real natural light time, you are going to see this stunning, gentle pink illuminating from the centre of this. It is absolutely captivating. It truly is. It's a really gentle pink. This for me brings together, right, imagine this, your Pantone colours of the year. You've got the Serenity colour, which is like a sky blue colour, and you've got the rose quartz colour. You've got 2 in 1 on this strand because you've got that Serenity colour at the base and you've got that delicate pink in the centre of these illuminating through. This strand is just bringing everything that's going to be coming out from our wardrobes and our homeware. All of those fashion tones, those iconic colours for 2016 are present in this strand. You've got to be very quick on this, ladies and gentlemen. Coloured opal at the moment is going through the roof. It truly, truly is, because popularity and demand has grown for it, because we're seeing more and more big, well-known designers working with the coloured natural opals. If you want to get your hands on it whilst you can, and on a very versatile strand, I don't think I've seen one with this much versatility. Now's your opportunity, because your price point... Now, at £40.95, I would have been happy, but at £14.95...
That's amazing.
Exactly, it really is, isn't it?
Yeah.
That is a massive shocker to me. What about to you?
Yeah, to me too, yeah. I mean, the quality of that opal is amazing, isn't it? And the colour is glorious.
It really is. I can't stop kind of holding it up and looking at it.
Yeah.
I really can't. It's just, and now you're not going to be able to see the colour of this because this is a blue light, so it's going to dim that out. But if I just kind of show this across there, you'll be able to see the clarity aspect on this. Isn't that phenomenal? but it's pink when you look at it in real life. Well done to everyone who's getting your hands on that last few opportunities. This is $14.95. Right, everybody, it's nearly the end of the show, so we'd normally stop the show. Let's head on over to a showstopper. I'm bringing to you as our showstopper right here, right now, a very, very special, silly deal. I just need to point out, ladies and gentlemen, that management are away. Okay, they've been away for a couple of days. They were away yesterday and they're away today. Where are they? They're at a team building event, which I think probably means lots of meetings, lots of chatting to other people, you know, lots of kind of conferencing and stuff. But I prefer to think, when I think team building, I think people like balancing on stuff and holding each other, like human catching and things like that. Do you know what I mean? It's like balance on this log and move into height order and things like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or climb up this totem pole and jump off and catch this balloon or whatever. It's stuff like that, isn't it? That's basically what management are doing. Well, more for them, ladies and gentlemen, because that means that we have been allowed, well, allowed is different. We've allowed ourselves, to be a little bit ridiculous, actually, whilst they're away, to kind of just, you know, well, there's no one of authority here, and you know what it's like. You know what it's like. You have got, ladies and gentlemen, here the opportunity to get your hands on a deal that we simply won't be allowed to do again. This is 50 meters worth of your hot red copper wire, and it is your 0.8 mil. So a very workable one. It's something that you can use as a structural design, that you can use with a weaving wire of a 0.25. It's something you can use with the likes of your findings. You could do rings with this as well. Just to let you know, I'm totally ignoring that £15 mark. Management aren't here. £6.95. Wow. This is 50 meters, not 15, not 10, 50 meters at £6.95. Do you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen? It's better than half price. This should have been your £15 mark. The price point on this is absolutely shocking. It really, really, really is. I cannot believe you've had that opportunity. That is very special, isn't it, Karen?
It is, indeed.
I can't get over it at all. I really can't. I don't think anyone expected that. I mean, that price is as shocking as that. I can't get over that price point. It's just totally phenomenal. No one expected that at all. Well done to everyone. Now I've got to remind you that when management watches this back, I just need to let you all know that when management get back, I think it's tomorrow they're back. Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? When management are back tomorrow, I just need to, and you're watching this back, I just need to make it very clear that it was Dion who made us do this. And we're in this together. You're breaking up on Sunday. You can fend for yourself. That is a very, very silly price because it's like, it's 2 for 1, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had loads of you texting in today. Do feel free to keep those texts coming in. 60777. So you text with a JM Studio. I just think when you've got deals and treats like this, it's worth kind of having fun with, isn't it, to be honest? It really, really is. It really is. Well done to everyone. Now, I just need to let you know there's so many of these in baskets, so please do make sure you're checking out as soon as you can. Karen, thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
When are you with us next?
I'm not sure because I got a bit of a break now before.
Okay.
So I'm not sure when my next show is, to be honest.
So we'll keep our eyes peeled.
Okay.
Shelley, when I was in hospital after having my daughter, my husband cradled her and went for a walk around the ward near the lift and set all the fire alarms off. Shelley? What? That is a skill. I read that super fast because you'll never guess what. I've only got to go to a break now. Gemma Crow after it though, and a competition. See you in a minute.
I started crafting from a very young age, doing all sorts of different crafting. That developed into card making and then onto jewellery making.
I got started because my sister started giving us jewellery and the women in the family jewellery as gifts.
To start, I was making it for me, and then my friends saw what I was wearing, and then one of my friends said, well, why don't you have a go at selling? So I thought, well, I'll give it a go and see how it goes.
I do like a challenge. It's because sometimes you look at something that you can't do it, but then you don't know if you don't try, do you?
When you've made it, you've just made it, you think that's nice, put it on. When you get it out the next time, that's when you think, yeah, that looks really good, that looks quite professional, I'm proud to wear it.
Quite often at work they'll ask me what I'm wearing. They're astonished. First of all, you think something so simple and they're astonished at the piece of jewellery that you've made.
They say it looks so professional, and when I show them how easy it is to do, they're saying, oh, can I have a go of it?
These necklaces are great for layering up, for atmosphere, sort of holidays.
Because they're there in the living room with you, you get to see the same people on a regular basis and you feel a bit like you know them.
It's like a family, you know all the guests that are on the TV. And then when you come to something like a workshop, it's really good because you seem to know everybody, you know about the people that you're working with.
It just feels like your own family, that you're actually there with them and you are part of their family, you're part of their, you know, their community.
Did you know when you book on a Jewellery Maker workshop, you are given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre.
Good afternoon, lovely ladies and gentlemen. Thank you everyone for joining me today. It's lovely to be with you. It really, really is. My name's Becky, by the way. Really nice to be with you, as I've already said. We have got a fantastic team with us today, as per usual. And we've also got some fantastic products coming up for you. Can I just remind you, it's Tuesday, which can only mean one thing. Do you know what it means, Michael?
I do.
It's
Treat Tuesday!
Treat Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen. Now, what on earth does that mean? Well, it means naughty prices, it means ridiculous bundles, it means silly kits. All of the kits today, under £22. I've got 4 sections to kits. I guess designers just gone and sort of looked at me like, did I mishear that? No, you didn't. Gemma Crow!
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. Well, actually, I've got a cold and a cough again.
Have you?
So, yeah, suddenly out of nowhere. But I feel okay, but I don't sound great.
Well, you're pulling it off, I've got to say.
Thank you.
You look super glam today. Kind of ill chic.
Yes, maybe that was what it is.
Super glam. What do you think each element of your kits, you've got two in each one, all of each of them will be under £22, guaranteed. Today, that's only on the mid-show, sorry, I can't guarantee that for tonight, but...
Well, I can accept it with the gems because I know we do crazy price for the gems, but on the wire, it's new wire, there's tons of it. I couldn't use it all. No, I can't accept it.
Yeah, I will not and I cannot. Can I just say, and I mentioned this to you in the break, you look like your clothing has been inspired by our wire today.
Absolutely, yeah. I dressed for the wire.
Tell us a little bit about what we're expecting in this first kit, apart from seeing loads of inspiration.
Yeah, loads of colour. You look at the wire, you don't necessarily think of chic jewellery, but it actually is made quite chic.
Really has.
Quite high-end looking jewellery, so I'm really pleased with how it's all come together. There's some amazing, the gemstones are gorgeous and the wires are just lovely. Really simple techniques as well, but impact pieces, so that's really nice.
You've really gone to town with these. Yeah. They look like the types of pieces I could see myself wearing, but also could see in an exhibition actually.
Yeah, I think that's the colour and the dynamics of the stones. I think that's done it. But I also had a helper with these kits, so
did you?
Techniques are really, really nice and simple. Yeah, I had Kiana helping me, my little apprentice yesterday. She's 7.
Oh!
And she made one of the pieces. So.
Oh, little Kiana!
Yeah.
Oh, that is adorable. So, is it the first piece of jewellery she's ever made?
Yeah. Yeah.
And did she just take to it duck to water style?
Yeah, she loved it. She learnt how to gizmo yesterday and she went wild with it, yeah.
She? Oh, bless.
Really well.
Oh, well, thank you for helping us with our pieces today, you love. Now, we have got Treat Tuesday as well today, as I said, and that means I've got a competition running for you, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that later on. I've also got today a challenge strand, which is so exceptional. Brand spanking new. These are serious luxury, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the quality. Oh, that was my elbow, sorry. Overturn. Look at the quality of this elbow. Look. Need some moisturiser. Look at the quality of these pearls. They are just exceptional, aren't they? Wow, I can't wait to bring those to you. Brand new, possibly one of the highest end strands. Well, actually, possibly one of the highest end strands we've had in quite some time. I was going to say bar the likes of your Tahitian, but even the Tahitian we didn't get stranded, did we? These are coming up for you really, really soon, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, within the next hour or so, so do stay tuned for those. Great strand, really exceptional strand. Okay, should we get started? Because I want loads of inspiration today. Okay, where are we starting, please? Producer Toby. Starting off with some lavender amethyst rounds, which actually would go quite nicely alongside those pearls. Lavender amethyst. Oh my gosh, how great is this going to go with some of your wire?
It would go fantastic with all those colours, yeah.
Really would, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
Go
really
phenomenally well. This is your lavender amethyst. Now, I talk a lot when I'm making things about balance, and what I mean by that is not kind of a balancing act, you know, it's more about kind of how when I look at something I want it to look like it's stable, like it's even. Now that doesn't mean I don't like asymmetric designs, I absolutely do, but if I'm creating something I want to make sure that if one side is very heavily, say, created and worked and done beautifully, I don't want the other side to just look like I haven't put any effort in. The theme needs to continue through. And if I'm doing big, bold statements, say, wire work in my pieces, then I want to make sure I've got big, bold gemstones that can kind of live up to that. I've got big, bold, dramatic designs coming up from Gem in a bit, which you're just going to absolutely fall in love with. And I would say that these would fit perfectly into the inspiration we're going to have in just a few minutes. You've got big, bold 12mm pieces here. Now, because they're 12mm, you've got a lot of carat weight in each and every single one. Now, that is inherent value. That means you've got high value on each one of these because they're not tiny, tiny, tiny little elements, which in some cases, like with your pearls, actually will take more time, effort and energy. But they are the bigger, bolder pieces. So that means individual carats per one, you've got a big amount. And we all know that if you're buying, say, a half a carat diamond ring or you're buying a 3 carat diamond ring, we all know that the difference in the carats makes a massive difference to the price. Same with gemstones like this. February's birthstone, big, bold pieces, going to give you a really nice dynamic look with a subtle colour to your pieces. Add it to your collection today for an amazing price point. And that's not even it. It's Treat Tuesday, and I take Treat Tuesday here on the Mid Show very, very seriously. Who wants 3 words? Lowest ever price, £7.95. It's never ever been this low before, and I'm probably never going to be allowed to again, because if you want to feel like a member of staff getting your staff cost, hello, £7.95 is an exceptional deal on this. For the amount you're getting, for that inherent weight that you're getting as well, that really is something special to be able to bring all of this to you. And the lovely thing is, they are big, bold pieces because they're a 12 mil. But look at that delicate of the intricacy. It's not like they're just one plain flat colour. They've got all these elements of little flecks, bits where it's maybe more shaded than others. You can tell this is the real deal natural gem because of all of those beautiful looks. In fact, if I hold it out and just gently twist it for you, you'll even be able to see these elements where you get kind of pinks and lavenders and almost citrine-like colours in some of them, actually. Can you see? Every single one of them is unique and individual, as your pieces of craft and your pieces of artwork are. I genuinely love this strand, and at the lowest ever price point, $7.95, that is a great deal, it truly is. Don't forget, we love hearing from you, so do text us in today. Text number is 60777, so you text the word JM Studio. We were talking earlier on, because I was on for the previous hour, we were talking about, have you ever had any of those moments where your mind's just gone boop, and you just kind of can't compute things together? We're talking about things like people putting on the wrong shoes to work. We had someone earlier, it was possibly one of my favourites, who wore to work chef whites. It was chef whites, wasn't it? Wore chef whites to work, well, only chef whites to work. There was no clothing underneath for health and safety reasons, and accidentally forgot to do the poppers up and ran downstairs and gave a show at the front when it kind of flew open. But do feel free to text in, and any text messages you might have for Gem as well, because you know she's a great teacher, so do feel free to ask her any questions too. 60777, so you text the word JM Studio, that's how you can get in touch with us. Last opportunity on these, because I've got so many multi-purchases, £7.95, final lowest closing price there for you, and truly you're not going to see a price like that again. We simply wouldn't be allowed to. If you've just tuned in, managers have been away. They were away yesterday and they're away today on some sort of team building thing, so we're kind of taking advantage of it. We always do Treat Tuesday here. If on the mid, every other Tuesday when you see me and my team will be doing Treat Tuesday for you. So we're used to doing this kind of every other Tuesday, but we're kind of taking it an extra step further. In particular, as on the kits, I've told you we got 4 individual components to the kits today throughout the afternoon, every single one. Under £22, guaranteed, each one under £22, which is not what we're used to seeing at all. Well done everyone who got your hands on those. Last opportunity, £7.95. Now, I want to, if I may, get straight into this kit because I'm feeling super creative, but also because I was doing that extra hour, I didn't get to see all the Gems pieces, so I want a really good nosy. So can we get into it now? Is that right? I'm going to start off. Oh, are we? Okay, we'll go. Right, this is going to sell out. Just to let you know. Part 1 we're doing first. This is going to sell out. We're doing the wire first, which is over there. Hang on. Tell us a little bit, whilst I'm being super ladylike, thank you Michael, about this wire Gemacro.
Well, it's fairly new to us all. It's a diamond wire. And it's basically one length of wire wrapped with another. So they're not twisted, it's one length of wire sort of helter-skeltered around another. The base wire is a different colour, so you almost get like a two-tone effect with it. But it's fabulous to work with. It's really springy, so it's got its own life, which you can use to your advantage to keep really sort of springy, bold designs. I absolutely love it. I really love it. So, and I've used it in gizmoing, and I've used it, you can use it in all the same ways you use your other wire. You've just got that added extra bit of interest, really.
So tell us about kind of how you've used this look and how maybe in your designs you wouldn't specifically use others, if that makes sense.
For example, then we've got some gizmoed pieces. So a few of the statement pieces here are gizmoed. When you gizmo a standard wire, you get a very straight, sharp, not sharp, but very shiny, straight tube of coiled wire, which gives you it's a really neat, nice look. But there's not really a texture in it. Whereas this, you gizmo and you get a texture, like a shimmer almost. It looks quite fabric-like.
I know what you mean.
A lot like your sari silks. And again, you've got that two-tone element that gives you another layer of interest as well.
Gives you a different kind of look and feel and appeal.
Yeah, yeah, and it does, when you join it all together, it is quite, it does look like a textile almost, but it's got the strength and structure of a wire, so it's absolutely brilliant.
So really lovely, therefore, to kind of play with, actually.
Yeah, it is. I know, you know, we're all still getting to grips with it. I'm sure as we go through and work with it more, we'll find more and more things to do with it and more and more ways to add interest to our jewellery.
I've got a mixture of treats here. Do you mind if we just blow all the rules out and just get the should be price in? I'm just, because I'm just letting you know that I've promised you all of these elements to the kids will be under £22. So already I'm telling you that I am saving you half price. I'm doing better than half price on the should be price. I'm just forewarning you, text us in, call us now to get your hands on these and we'll drop the price in a moment for you. Don't forget everyone pays that final closing price, so if you get in now, I've guaranteed you it's under £22, so you know where it's going to be, don't you? And it's better than half price, just forewarning you. Okay, let's talk about exactly what we're getting here. Now this is a stunning display. Let's have a look at exactly what we're getting. So, you can see you've got the silver core to the wire here. And then you've got the coloured wire that rotates around this. It gives you a really sensational, stunning look. Now, what we've got here is silver core and the copper over the top. Now, you've got 24 gauge on this. Now, what are we talking about 24 gauge? We're talking about something that is generally known as kind of the USA gauging. What that means, because this is 24, is that I've got approximately a 0.6 mil here at the core of this. So that's an approximate. So you've got the 24 gauge here in the gorgeous silver and copper. The, oh, I like this. What colour are we guessing wrapped around this silver, guys?
It's like lime, isn't it?
Limey, isn't it? We haven't gone for lime as the name. Let's think. Have we gone for earth green? No. Have we gone for sea green? No, we haven't. We've gone for parrot. Oh, I love that. Parrot. I've also got these wires here. Now, these are more delicate wires that we have here for you. These ones are the 28 gauge, and the 28 gauge you're looking at more like a 0.4 on these ones. Again, that's at the centre wire of them. So you get this a range of colours. You've got obviously the red, you've got the green, all of these paired with the silver. You've got the parrot again, you've got a purple, you've got a green, you've got a magenta in there as well. And then bringing to you back up to the 24 gauge, so slightly thicker, like I said before, about a 0.6. You've got with this one that really rich green. Up onto the frame here, you've got the magenta, you've got the red, and then you've got that sea green element as well. These obviously are all going to work together because they've got that silver at the core of them. But the different amount of colours of them, they don't look over the top in your pieces, I don't think.
No, well I've gone tonal in my pieces, so I've split the colours up slightly. I really wanted to do one piece using all the colours, I just ran out of time. But they all look great together. You can see them there in the bundle, they look great together. So I definitely would use them together. I just ran out of time.
Yeah, well, understandably, because you've already made a ridiculous amount, Gem.
Yeah. Well, you know me, I can't help it. I get stuck in and I can't stop making them.
You can't. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say to you that I needed to get that price in instantly because I need to let you know how many people have already checked out. It's a mammoth amount of people already. If everyone checked out their baskets now, these people at the side are in baskets, I would have sold out of, how many would that be? Close to 100. Close to 100 if everyone were to check out now. Close to, about 90-ish. That means that I will have over half of my stock gone, and that means that not everyone is going to get the opportunity to own this, because although I've told you about the price we're going to, I still haven't dropped it yet, and some people like to be a bit wary and go, hang on, are we sure? We don't want to kind of give our call centre a bit of a breakdown by going, here, you're getting it for half price, and dropping the price and that to kind of worry them. So we've let all of you lot come in now. We're now going to drop the price. Bear in mind for me that if we were to actually drop the price to half price, it would be approximately, what would it be, £28, would it? Would it? Rubbish at that. £21.95. Ladies and gentlemen, we have taken money-wise off all of this, we have taken a mammoth amount, 120 metres of all of this, because you've got 10 metres on every spool. You've got this different array of colours, this different array of your lights and your brights. We have taken, price point wise, £25.45 off this. That means it's way better than 50% off. We've got closer to what, 65% off? Closer to, isn't it? You've got £25.45 off this. Off.
It's nuts, isn't it?
Isn't that loopy?
It really is, yeah. And a great opportunity to try it. I mean, that's better than a try it price, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really is. It's fantastic. Fantastic.
I'm just counting them up. We do have 12. Yeah. Which means per one, well, it's like £1 something per one, isn't it? Yeah. It's got to be, hasn't it? £1. How much is it per one then? 21.95 divided
Just
by
under
12. It's like 190 or something, isn't it? Yeah. 182. £1.82 for all of this wire. And don't forget, it's not just your normal wire. We've used extra ingredients to create the.
It's a 0.6 core, the larger, with a 0.6 wrapped around it, and the same with the 0.4. It's 0.4 core, 0.4 wrapped around it.
I think that's loopy.
It is. The other thing, Becky, is just looking at the strands that you've got sort of coming up. There's something that matches every strand. You know, every strand of gemstones coming up today.
Yes,
so,
you're right.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's something for every gem,
right.
isn't there?
If I show you, there is. There's something for every single one.
Yeah.
You're right. We've already had people asking about this stunning pearl. The top ones, they are coming up for you in about an hour, so do stay tuned. But you're right, look, you've got kind of the purpley tones, you've got the green tones in there that really bring out the wire. Yeah, you've got something for absolutely everyone, haven't you? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, away over half of my stock gone. Your names have gone off my screen for a second time, and they're going. I'm going to let that call line go down a little bit. So the call centre has a little bit of time, and I'm going to head on over to Gem now. I'm bringing up the gemstones, and I guarantee you, again, it will definitely be under £22, guaranteed. I'll walk slowly past these, so in here, so you get a good nosy of exactly what we're going to be creating today. Gem, I'm going to give you a cuddle yet, and a gorgeous lady. Wow. Sorry you're feeling poorly.
Yeah, I'm not feeling poorly. I've got
nasal
horrible cough and throat and same as before.
Oh, bless you.
They've only had about 3 weeks off a cold this year.
Aww.
So everybody goes round and comes back to me.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. I'll just go over here. You have made absolutely loads.
Yeah, well, it was really fun to work with. I had a really nice time working with it. And of course, with my little apprentice, we had a great time too. So that was good.
Good, I'm glad. The first piece she's made then is this one here. Yeah. So this is created essentially with a bit of help, of course.
With some help, yeah, but it was mainly creative.
7-year-old.
Yeah.
First piece of jewellery she's ever created. And look, if I give her a bit of space there, look at how high-end that is.
There's a very proud picture of her on my Facebook page. You can see, you see that face and you think, I remember having that face when I made my first piece of jewellery. It's lovely. Yeah.
Oh, I think that's just stunning. Yeah. You've really played with textures here as well, haven't you?
Yeah. When I had such great materials, and the gemstones coming up are fabulous, and those gold shards that are coming up. And you wouldn't necessarily think gold shards are going to go in with all those rainbow colours, but then if I took all the red tones out and the copper tones, they just worked beautifully and they look sort of edgy, So I'm really pleased with that piece.
I think that's just exceptional. Well, having a little look at this bracelet now, that is wowzers, isn't it?
Yeah, again, really big statement, and just simple to put together. It really is just gizmo coils. Yeah.
When people are working with this wire, because you've got some very heavy wire pieces, is it going to be very different to work with, or do we do the kind of basics like your gizmoing and etc. in the same way?
Yeah, it's a bit more springy. That's it. That's about the only difference. And what's important to remember is it's not like twisted wire. I think when I first saw it, I thought, oh, it's like twisted wire, but it really isn't.
No.
It's got a helter-skelter of wire
Around it, as opposed to the two that were twisted together.
Yeah.
It's around, isn't it?
It's around it. Yeah, that's right. And that also means that it doesn't, even though the total gauge is actually a 1.2 for the larger.
Got you.
So you have to have a 1.2 mil drill hole. It still behaves like a 0.6.
Okay.
So it's still as flexible, and you can still use it for wrapping and things. And the 0.4 the same.
I see.
It's a 0.8 drill hole you'll need, but it will still behave. You can wrap with it like you would your 0.4 wire.
So it gives it is a completely different kettle of fish than what we used to, isn't it?
Yeah. It's easy to work with. A little bit more springy. You have to sort of tame it a bit more than you do with your normal wires. But that's about it. Okay. It's so lovely to have so much.
And and you get loads of it.
Yeah.
Absolutely loads. 120 metres worth. Just to let you know, it is about to sell out. I've got over 40 of them in baskets, and that means not everyone's going to have the opportunity, I'm afraid, to own them. So do be as quick as you possibly can. Now we are going to be talking about how to kind of work this wire and how to keep it happy, really, aren't we?
Yeah, we're going to do a little demo.
Little demo with it. But we also do need to talk about the gemstones with this as well. Tell me what you loved about this pairing with the wire itself.
These are quite neutral. Like I said, when I first opened it and I saw the greens, saw the golds, I thought, ooh, because they're a really antique-y gold, and those colours are so bright and vivid. I was thinking, how am I going to work that in? But like I said, there's so many combinations and colourways within that pack that I could make it work. But just as a set of gemstones on their own, just a fantastic bundle that is. What's the word I'm looking for? It's
quite tactile, maybe.
Yeah,
that's
neutral
what's in my mind
as well.
Neutral, I can understand
because you know you've got the gold, black and gold is a classic, of course, and black can go with everything. And then you've got those coated, is it pyrite coated there?
The ones that you've got or here, hematite. I absolutely love these.
Coated hematite. Is it coated agate?
It's agate. What is it? Wait, what is it? Is it hematite? Yeah, it is hematite.
Hematite, it's a coat, and that's got every colour in it. So you can use that again with anything. So just as a stash builder or an essential, you've got texture, you've got your rounds, you've got your colourways that work with everything. Just a fantastic bundle.
And I love that you've got so many different textures.
Yeah.
Not just with the shapes of things, but actually with the view of the goodies. Obviously you've got these really gorgeous shards that we've got here and the quartz, and they've got that gold over the top, and it is a metallic coating we put on it, but it doesn't give you the same metallic look as the hematite, because obviously totally different genres of gemstone in a sense.
Yeah, and you know the hematite is smooth and it's got an oily coating, like an oily feel coating.
Yeah. And then these ones have got a bit more of that natural life about them.
Yeah, they've got that sort of jagged, rough texture underneath.
And then, speaking of the jagged look, we've got some more sort of drops or nuggets, but they have got much more smoothness to them, haven't they? With these agate, you're getting a really lovely high shine luster, aren't you?
You are.
It's almost slick, actually, in its appearance. It's gorgeous to be able to see, if I hold all of these out, the amount that you're getting in here is mammoth. It really truly is. I forgot to mention the rounds as well, by the way. You can see you've got the perfect faceted rounds there. Those are 10 mil. So a really nice size proportion to be able to work with alongside the sizes of the other pieces, including the likes of your hematite. Now, the fact of the matter is that I have got strands we don't tend to see often here at all. including the likes of the agate shards, including the likes of the quartz shards as well. You've also got the hematite in there, and you get that collection of the rounds. You don't only get all this, you do get the beading thread as well. Beading thread,
I've got some on.
Stainless steel beading thread.
Do you want me to get mine?
Pete, yeah, if you can.
Right.
Pete's sort of
I
wandering.
think you get the black.
Yeah, you've got the black of this. Now, this isn't the normal findings pack that you get. This is the black detail that you've got here, and that is in your 0.350 metres. And you get the more original one, which we're kind of more used to seeing, which is the gold colour. Which is kind of that gold colour, which again is your 0.3. I have got a big amount of treats here for you with that gorgeous slick black and that golden colour, which again works great with the gemstones. You have got 100 metres worth in total. Your price point today. Ignore that. We're going to roll it down. I guaranteed you, didn't I, that we would be taking this all to £22 or under. We decided to go under on this. £19.95 for you today. That is a real treat of a price point because these are genuine gemstones. They're in the real strand form, and you're also getting the likes of your beading thread, which we don't tend to generally work with that much. Because well, we don't get to, I haven't seen the black in ages.
I don't think I've worked with it before, and also it's the thinner, like you said, it's the thinner
0.3, yeah.
Which is really great because it means you can get lots through, which means if you like your bead weaving, you can get many more strands through your gems, which is great.
So you can go through a few times on these. Speaking of going through a few times, got really decent sized drill holes on a lot of these, actually, I've just noticed. Yeah. I absolutely love and adore this kit and this collection. Like we say, not your general beading thread, your 0.3, 50 metres on each spool, and those 4 gorgeous strands as well, all at £19.95. Thank you for lending us those, Jen.
That's right.
Get your hands on those whilst you can. If you want to know how to order it, 0800 644 655, press option 1. Alternatively, you can get your hands on these at JewelleryMaker.com, or you can download the app on your phone or on your tablet. And don't forget to make a little note of today when you purchase it at this time as well, because then you can watch us back when you get your goodies and you can follow the step-by-step instructions, and all you have to do is go onto YouTube for that. Yep. Jen, what are we making today, my lovely?
I'm going to show you how to do the sort of choker style piece, because you can change that into a bracelet. In fact, it started as a bracelet, it just grew too big, so it became a choker.
Fab.
And then I added to it, so this is one of those ones that sort of evolved. It was an idea and then it grew, and I thought I'd show you how to do it.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Okay, brilliant.
Right, I've got my pineapple juice. Apparently that works.
What,
so I'm going to sip on that a few times.
Okay, yeah, no
throughout
problem
the demo. So please excuse me. But so far I'm doing all right.
All the boys in the gallery thought you were using it as part of your demonstration.
For the pineapple juice. Try it. Might do something.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Patina the gems.
Yeah, patina things. Add a lovely sticky lustre.
Yeah. Right, I'm going to take for the base of this, so for the what we're going to call the lazy strand, the zigzag.
Okay, yeah.
I'm using the most neutral colour in the selection, which is the copper over the silver.
Okay.
I'm going to take a length that would be long enough to do my bracelet, and probably go double the length, or necklace, double the length, because you're going to zigzag, so it's going to take it, it's going to reduce it down.
Okay.
But there's no harm in going larger and then trimming off the ends, that would be fine.
Okay.
So I'm just going to take enough to work with, and I want, because like I've said, although it's a 1.2 mil thickness in total, it is actually only a 0.6 in its strength.
I know what you mean.
And how easy it is to bend. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to twist these two lengths together. So I've folded it in half, ready to twist it together. I've got the wire twister tool, this one. There's a few that we do. We do pliers, wire twisting pliers, or we do this lovely little twisting tool. So I'm going to secure both ends of my wire through the twisting tool, then double them back on themselves, and just wrap the tail ends around just to keep it in place. Okay, so just give that a few wraps. keep it there, and then I'm going to twist these together. So what I've got set up is just my clamp from my gizmo tool, so I'm just going to pop that on the side there, and I can pull against that to give me some tension. I'm doing it left-handed because it's on the wrong side for me, but it's not too difficult. So I'm just holding onto the sort of shank that runs along the twister tool and then turning the handle. I'm going to keep turning it until I've got it twisted nicely together. Okay.
Good for your muscles.
Yeah, it's
Are you a totally
so
right-handed person?
Well, funnily enough, no. My dad only has one arm. He has a left arm.
Yeah.
And he lost his right arm in an accident. So he taught me all sorts of things to do with my left hand, my left, because he's only got one hand.
Yeah, yeah.
So there's things I do in my left, like eat or do at my laces. I do those the wrong way. There's all sorts of things I do the wrong way round.
That's weird. So you are kind of ambidextrous then?
Sort of. But I'm not very good at writing or things like that with my left hand.
No.
Anyway.
Whereas I am excellent. I am excellent at writing my left hand.
Are you?
I am left-handed though, so.
I'll tell you something else weird I do. Is, if you're handwriting, if I'm writing and I can see your handwriting a lot, I'll use your handwriting.
That sounds criminal, actually.
I didn't know I did it. It's just, I remember marking work. If it was a teacher marked comment or a student marked comment, I seem to write in their writing. I can't seem to help it.
That is so strange.
Yeah, it is.
Bet people were always coming for you to finish off the homework, weren't they?
It is odd. Right, okay, so now I've got a twisted length, and now this is really nice and thick and nice and strong, but it's still quite springy because it's still only 1.25, and twisted wire is springier anyway. So we've still got a lot of movement in there. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to secure it in my macrame board. Now, this one is a new one, so the holes are nice and tight still, so you know that'll fit it snugly. But you don't have to have a macrame board. If you haven't got one, then don't worry. It's not the end of the world. You can just work it sort of up in the air. It's just easier to hold it down for me, so that you can see it at home if I do this. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put my first little bend in. So I'm just going to zigzag it. And this is about 1 inch. So the zigzags are about 1 inch.
So it's not that tough, because you can still do it with your fingers
yeah,
too.
no, it's really still very flexible.
That's good.
Okay. So there's my first little shape.
Nudge.
And what I need, for the design I've done, I've used 3 colours of the 0.4, and I've also used 1 colour just to use to thread in the gemstones, thread in the black gemstones. So I'm going to take just a colour that I'm not using, so I don't get it mixed up. And this one doesn't have to be. This one just has to be as long as the actual piece, because it's not going to be doing any bending really. It's just going to be threading on gemstones.
Okay.
So if I attach this piece in now, I'm just going to attach it in by wrapping it around, leaving enough space for my black gemstone to sit just in here. So I'm just going to wrap this around a couple of times to secure it. The other nice thing about this wire is it's got ridges and grooves because of all that texture in it, which means that all your wires sit and hide out the way really easily, which makes tidying up a lot easier. Nip it off and just pinch those ends in. You can always go over after with your pliers just to nip all those ends in. This one is going to have, oh, I thought I'd cut that.
Just to let you know, I only have a very small amount of the wire left available for you. It's about 1/4 of the stock, that's it I've got left. So, in fact, less than that. So you do have to be very, very quick, because apparently I've just been told I've got over 40 in baskets and I don't have that many left. Okay, I'm with you.
Right, so I threaded on my gemstone. You can see that sits quite nicely in that little curve that I've made. So all I'm going to do now is take the wire and wrap it around just once and put it ready to thread on my next gemstone in just a minute. So if I'm using this board, this is great because I can just tuck the wires out the way while I'm not using them. This way, if you can get your hands on these, it does really help. Okay, so now I'm going to take my 3 colours and I'm going to start. In the one I've done, I graduated them, so I used all the pink and purple tones, or red, pink, purple, and sort of graduated them so I had a colour graduation from light to dark. But in this one I'm going to go bright, just different colours, contrasts. So what you want to do is take a double length. Now you need roughly, again, twice as much length on these as you want for your finished piece, and that's doubled up. Okay, so the length when it's doubled up needs to be twice as long as the piece you want to make. So I'm going to fold it in half, which means I've got a loop at this end, and I'm going to pop it underneath, and to start I'm just going to do a lark's head style knot. So you pop the loop underneath your lazy cord or your frame cord, and then take the tails of the wire, thread them through the loop and pull them. Now this takes a little bit of manipulating because the wire is zigzaggy, you know, it catches, so just take a bit of time and have a bit of patience to get that through. It will come through, it just have to get the angle right.
Kind of teeth always zip in together, which I suppose is good for security.
Well, it's great, you know, once it's in, it's not going anywhere.
What a brilliant text. Thank you so much for sending this in. Next time I drop something, I'm going to say it's not my fault. Left-handed people are apparently naturally more clumsy. Hello! As it's a right-handed world. My friend is left-handed and she's always breaking things. So next time I drop something, you just have to remember, I've already dropped stuff this morning. Yes, okay, so the seed beads that I got out of the pot with my left hand, there was probably no reason for that, but maybe it's that perfectly square box was slightly more right-handed than me.
It's surprising how many things are geared up for right-handed people. You don't realise, but like my dad, he's only got a left hand. So, for example, cameras, he has to do make all sorts of contraptions to be able to operate his camera.
Yeah, I do. If I'm taking a selfie picture, my hands are round like that.
Yeah, video cameras. It's just, you know, you don't even think about it as a right-handed person, but there's some really, you know, really obvious things that you take for granted.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Annalie. You're a love. Don't forget, you can text in any questions for the gorgeous Gemma Crow. 60777. So text with JM Studio.
Okay, third colour going in. Nice. So then we'll have 6 strands.
I love that colour.
I love that colour as well.
What colour's that one? It's like sage green, sea green.
Sea green, it's beautiful. It matches those great big shell pearls.
Yeah, we've got coming up in a bit.
They're exceptional, aren't they?
Lush.
Loving those. Okay, so last one. So it's the lark's head style knot. So fold it in half, pop the loop underneath your sort of core strand, and then take the tails through that loop and gently pull into place. Just only this first knot that's a bit tricky.
I have got a trio of 0.4 coming up for you in a moment, which would go, I think, nice. Great for this design.
Love that purple.
Would you do that order?
Yes, possibly.
I think I would.
Yeah.
These are coming up for you in just a moment of the 0.4, so you can recreate this design. Maybe if you've already got the thicker gauge wire and you don't need to get your hands on the whole kit, then those are coming up for you in a minute.
Okay. Right, so I've got all of my 6 strands now ready. So, like I said before, if you've got one of these boards, brilliant, because you can just, like I said, these wires are spring, you can just sort of pop them out of the way until you come to work with them. And what I'm going to do is take the first set, which are the purple ones. I'm not sure if that's got a fancy name, but they're purple. It's purple wrapped around silver, basically. And what I'm going to do is bring that around the gemstone. Okay, so it sort of sits around that gem. Hold it down with my thumb on the sort of core wire. And all you do is pull that underneath. Take it underneath the wire, so you're just doing one wrap around and then bringing it all the way round to the other side. Okay, so like that. You take the next one in line and bring it round. Now I find that as I went on, the tension got better and better, and the shape got better and better, and I learnt a few things as I went through. So instead of pulling that across, you lose that nice curve. So just sort of lay it down next to the wire that came before, and just get that first pinch in, and that will keep it where you want it, instead of pulling it taut. So we just want it to lay around the gem, getting that nice curve. I'll pull it off to the side. Take the next one, which is this lovely pink. Put it through, lay it. And what also I found is that the wrap gave you a lovely separation. So if you lay down this wire that I'm bringing over now next to the wire that you previously took, that gives you that perfect distance between the layers. So we hold that there, pull that down and round like I did before, give it a pinch into place to stop it moving, and then hold it and pull it over this way. Okay, so that's then giving us that perfect distance. We keep doing that with all of them. So bring it round, lay it down, all the way round and back. Okay, so that one, you see I didn't leave the right amount of space. All you do is come back. It straightens out really easily because it is a 0.4, so you can get that straightened out easily. Just pop your thumb in, rub it along. And then if you find that you'll find it difficult to get that separation, just pop your thumbnail in between just to help give it a guide. I don't know if you can see that, it's quite fiddly to see, isn't it, on the cameras, as a guide to pull around so that you're keeping that separation between the row that came before. Okay, and those outer rows are a bit more tricky to do it with because they're the ones where you've got the most sort of slack in the wire. Okay, so we're coming up to the last two now in this lovely green.
Whilst you're finishing off those ones,
yeah,
I'm going to bring to them, lovely ladies and gentlemen of our Jewellery Maker family at home, this version of colours.
Yeah, brilliant.
Purely because I've just been told that we are teeming on quantity on our wire online right now. So I'm going to bring to you this collection. Now, again, it's your 0.8, it's your 28 gauge, which means you're working with approximately your 0.4 gauge wire here. So this is the one that Gem is using to kind of weave up and down around those base wires. Sorry, let me turn that around so you can actually see the colours. We've got here for you a stunning trio, as you can see. You're getting the gold and the silver, you're getting the aqua and the silver, and you've got that grape and silver. We are rolling the price down on these ones for you, ladies and gentlemen, because it'd be rude not to. It is Treat Tuesday after all, and it is management is still away. We always do Treat Tuesday. We're taking it to another level because management are away, and also don't forget more treats coming up for you, including competitions to win some of Gemma's pieces. We've got loads of goodies coming up, and this is one of them for you today. Your price point, just £7.95 for all three of them, ladies and gentlemen. That was kind of a mischievous, sort of chuckly giggle.
Well, it is. I'm only just coming to terms with the fact that we're taking our normal wire down to that price.
Yeah, which is stupid, isn't it?
We like taking the new fancy wire down to that price.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It is. It's ridiculous, and it's a sensational deal. £7.95. It's going wild online, so do check out whilst you have the opportunity. 15 chances now.
Okay.
So we're back to making this beautiful design you can see on your screen now.
Yeah. Okay, so what I've got now is I've got all my strands, all the colours coming round and sort of echoing the shape of the gemstone and give me that lovely curve. And then what I want to do is add in another of my black gemstones. So that wire that I had on originally, that threaded the gemstone on, is still there, just sat there not doing anything. So all I'm going to do is bring that round the back underneath all those strands that I've just been working with and just give it a wrap around a couple of times just to bring it into position to add in my gemstone. So that's in the position now to add in my gem, and I'm going to take the end of the wire easily through these lovely faceted black agates, pop it in and into position. And once it's into position, you can then use the bead to almost draw around with the wire. So then you bring the wire around the bead. So just hold it in place. Because I've used shorter lengths, I can't keep these from springing out of the way. When you do this, you'll have longer lengths, or you can turn your board round so you can get to the sides easier. Becky, would you like to hold this for
Absolutely,
me?
I'd love
Thank
to.
you. And pull your wire around the gem. Okay, so that gives you the right size sort of curve. And you take this wire here and then wrap it around just like before, and then bring it back down ready to have your next gemstone in on the next set of wraps. Okay, so then what we do is we repeat the process again, but coming around the other way. So it's exactly the same as before. And so if I quickly do that as quickly as I can. So again, working one at a time, you just bring the wire around to the other side, pass it under, and wrap it through. Okay. 1, 2. Just my hand. Thank you. 2. Have we got any more things to put in this bit, or are we?
Yeah, go on. Have we got some plain rounds? Right. Right, we'll just grab them.
Just so it's not so boring for everybody to watch me just twiddling around. So it's exactly the same as before. Make sure you got that separation again. It's just pop your thumbnail in between just to help keep that gap, and then pull the wire around. And again, take our thumbnail out, put it in between the next one, pull it around. Get this one row on, and then what I can do is show you how to add in the fringing, and then that's the pattern completed, and you can just make it as long or as short as you like for either a wrist piece or a neckline piece. So last 2.
If you want to get your hands on, you go all right with that last one now, yeah?
Yeah, fine, yeah, thank you.
If you want to get your hands on something to maybe do a slightly bigger design, a chunkier design, and maybe with a little bit more kind of texturing to it, you've got banding on these ones, as you can see, which are going to give a really lovely look and detail to these pieces. You have got here your banded agate. Now, banded agate, always something which is extremely popular because it is absolutely and completely kind of affected, and the look and the variety by the way in which the lines on these work. You've got banding that naturally occurs within here, and you've got lovely halo-like effects that kind of breathe around these. They are slightly larger than the strand that we had in the kit, so it's going to give you a slightly bolder look and effect, which could mean that you could, if you wanted to, do more of a curve actually to the base wire, couldn't you?
Yeah, more of a curve, or go up to a larger gauge with the wires.
To work with them.
Yeah.
You've got a really decent sized drill hole on these. I mean, it's mammoth, so you will be able to use the gauges of wire with this as well. Your price point today on this one, ladies and gentlemen, is absolutely ridiculous. Another Treat Tuesday deal for you today on these at £4.95 for you. That really is an absolute deal and a half. It truly is very, very special to be able to get your hands on something like this at that price point. £4.95 on these is absolutely astonishing. Get them whilst you can, because don't forget, Treat Tuesday continues. I've got competitions, I've got more illegal prizes like the one you're seeing on your screen, and I've got more kind of cheeky, naughty products, including the likes of sterling silver as well. Okay, Jem, I'm back with you, lovely lass.
Right, I'm back for the next. I'm ready for the next bit now. I've got 2 complete. Sort of, they almost like waves, don't they? Because they sort of wave through the design. And what I've done is I've done, I don't know how many I did in the end, but as many as I needed for a choker piece. I just keep offering it up to my own outline to see how far I've got, or wrist, whichever you're doing. And then what I decided is which was the top and bottom, and that really doesn't matter because it's the same both sides. Okay. And then when I had it, I thought, well, it just looks a little bit simple, and I could use some of that texture to add in sort of a sort of scallop of the of the lovely agates there. So I'm going to show you how to do that now. So you pretend I finished this piece. I'm just going to wrap that in there to get it out of the way. So if we just take those tails and get them out of the way.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to pull this piece round now so it's like that. So we'll. Okay, so my scallops are going to go sort of in between each of the points on these V's.
I see, yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to take my gemstones, and I'm roughly not too particular, but what I do generally is I take these off the strand and I make 3 piles. I make a small, a medium and a large. So I've got small, mediums, larges.
So you just do it by eye then, you're not too pedantic?
No, I'm not. I don't get too
hung up on it.
No, definitely not. Okay, so I've got sort of my 3 rough piles, small, medium and large, and then I know when I'm graduating I can go from the small pile, medium, large. Okay?
Yeah,
so,
got you.
Yeah, you can go for more if you want, but I find that sort of does it enough for me.
Okay, works all right. Shazza is saying, wow, says Gemma, you are amazing. Just as amazing as my Becky, just in a different way. Hee.
Well,
love you all,
I'll take it as a compliment,
Shazza.
I think.
In a different way. I love you both equally, just in kind of different ways.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Thanks, Shazza. I think Gemma's work's good, but you know, if you love us in different ways. Thank you, Shazzy, you little love. Oh, you're having a fab day, Fabs. They are ridiculously good, these pieces. Don't forget, we're going to take a picture of them and pop them on Facebook later.
Yep. Okay, so I've got a length of the black beading thread, and this is where it comes in really handy because one, it's going to hide in those gemstones, you're not going to see it, and 2, I can use a double length of thread and still easily get it through all the gemstones. So what I'm going to do is I've doubled it over, like I said, so I'm going to pop one of my ends through one of the loops that have been created by twisting wire together, because when you twist this wire together, you get all these little loops appearing. So I might need to get this up a bit closer to me to be able to see it.
That's all right, we're not in the nose.
Okay, so there we go. I got that through one of the loops.
Yeah.
And draw them back together, and that is nice and securely attached in there now, just on that black beading thread, and then pull the 2 ends together and trim them so they're roughly the same size. And then I'm going to pop on the black agate graduated, so I'm going to take some from the small pile. Let's go 2 from each pile and see how that works. So 2 small ones, 2 medium ones, and of course because they're all such different sizes, this will vary. You just have to do this by eye. Okay, so if you do that many and see where you get into, I think I can do another medium nugget before I get to the centre, and then one of my larger ones. So keep an eye on it, just think, right, I'm nearly at the centre now, so I go for this larger nugget now. Chip, but are these chips or nuggets? Are they?
I think so. Just trying to find out now. I just need to let everybody know, sorry, that the wire is over allocated. So really sorry about that, if you've got to be quick on that one.
So we're just doing this in reverse on the way back. So we use 2 small ones to begin with. You know, we'll use 2 small ones at the end. So let's see what this is looking like.
So I suppose depending on kind of the size of the nuggets you're working with, obviously you're going to need more or less or whatever. So again, it's kind of about letting the piece tell you in a way, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Right, okay, so you can see that there. That's quite a large scallop there, but you know, that might be what you're looking for. I think that's roughly about right. So now all I'm going to do is take one end of my beading thread, because I've got the 2 going through. I'm going to take one and pop it through roughly the same point in this V as I have on that V. And again, just give it a little wiggle to find a way through. Pull it through. And then I can pass this one to the back now just by threading through the gap. They're still going to be separated like that. Pull them both through, turn your piece over, and then what I've done is just given it a little knot just to save that sagging as we put on the next one. So just a left over right and pull, and then a right over left and pull, just to keep that nice and secure. And then we then bring our threads ready to do the next scallop. You see I did the left over right, right over left, and actually pulled it the wrong way.
The wrong way.
Yeah, I did.
Well, it's easy fixed.
Yeah, I came completely through the wrong way. Did I actually catch that one in there? Sorry, I actually didn't. I'll tell you what's happened. I didn't actually go through
the little
loop, and the knots ended up down onto the thread.
But that's all right, because it would sit there anyway, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it will sit. So we just.
So what you're looking for when the wire's twisted together is like almost a little bridge, isn't it?
Little loops that come open. If you can't find one, the best way to find a loop is to take your flat nose pliers and just bite down, and you'll find these little they're sort of wire spreads, and you open up little loops. I think Jan Dwyer did a DVD on twisted wire, and that was one of the really great techniques she uses on there for making little holes in your twisted wire to get these gorgeous effects. Okay, so there we go. Now I'll tie a knot. 1, 2, and then I can bring my threads again back, ready to thread on the next slot. So I'll bring those tails through. You see I've come in through there, so I just need to bring them up through on the opposite side of that peak to that point. So bring them across the back and up through, and again find the gap that you can get your wires through. Now, these being finer wires, it does make it easier, although it doesn't look like it is.
Well, that's because you can't get it where you probably normally would do it in front of your face, or else we'll get up the nostril shot.
Yeah, I would be bringing this right up here to do it. So.
Don't forget the beads and threads we gave you with the gemstones, which are currently at the bottom of your screen. Those were our 2 newer ones, so not the general ones you used to get in. Colour-wise, you get the general colour of the gold, but it is your 0.3, and you also get the black as well, which is 0.3, 50 metres worth of each, with all of those gemstones as well, currently at the bottom of your screen.
Okay, that's it. That's all you need to know for that bit, and that's getting your scallops on. You just continue doing that until you've got as many scallops as you want going around your piece. And then all that's left is to pop a clasp on it.
Right.
So this end is really nice and easy because I had a loop from where I twisted the wire. So there's not really anything to tidy up there. You can literally twist that round so you've got a just a loop and use that. Or if I cut it off, I'll show you how I've manipulated the other ones into a loop. So pinch the ends together. Because remember, there are 4 wires there, sort of. So you know,
durable.
They are durable, but you do have lots of little
ends,
pointy-eyety bits, which you might find difficult to work with. So all I've done is use my round pliers because my bell makers aren't handy. Just make a loop, and I'm bringing the loop towards the curve so that my loop sits sort of central to, if you imagine there's a centre line running through, I want it to sit centrally. So I'm going to bring my wires round to here, and then give them a good press in all the way around. Now ideally I'd have left myself a bit more space that side. Give them a good press through and pinch. I'm going to turn it over so I can see. Pinch them into place. Okay, so if I pinch them as well, I'm also settling all those wires into place and getting rid of any of the rough edges.
Good.
So that's actually quite a nice solid loop, even though it's not wrapped around. All those wires have sort of hardened together. So I've got a loop there I can use. If I want to tidy that up, you can pop a bit of glue. That will also give you a really smooth surface. You can take another wire and wrap it around.
Okay, to kind of finish that look
Yeah,
up.
to finish it off.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you create the stunning piece, which is just absolutely wearable, workable, with that lovely clasp and with that detailed design around the front. Gem, thank you absolutely so much. You're wonderful. Thanks. We'll be back with you in about an hour to see more inspiration. After the break, Treat Tuesday continues. I've got star buys, naughty prices, competitions and more. See you in a few minutes.
If for any reason you're not satisfied with your purchase, you have the benefit of our no-quibble 30-day money-back guarantee. Just complete the returns form enclosed with your goods and send them back for a full refund.
When you place your first order with Jewellery Maker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started. The booklet is jam-packed full of information on gemstones, tools, threading, materials and findings. There are step-by-step instructions on how to make bracelets, earrings and necklaces, and the DVD includes easy-to-follow video tutorials. So what are you waiting for? Start your jewellery making journey today. Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting. But being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker.
Garnets are found in Sri Lanka and Tanzania. They're typically found as water-worn pebbles from alluvial deposits. As a gemstone, it's ideal for jewellery. It has some beautiful raspberry purples, great clarity, stunning lustre, and it's also a really durable gemstone.
Did you know that Jewellery Maker's phone number is free from a UK landline? Now you can spend those extra pennies on more shopping.
There are two easy ways you can purchase from Jewellery Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview and FreeSat and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click to register. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking on the Watch Live Show button on the homepage. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, simply click on the Add to Basket button and you can continue shopping or check out right away. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day for only one P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Get creating stunning designs in no time at all with this brilliant Introduction to Kumihimo DVD with guest designer Sarah Elvin. These easy to follow steps on this DVD will make you feel like you have your own personal tutor and will show you the best techniques to get you started with this amazing medium. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
You can now book Jewellery Maker workshops online. Just head over to our Jewellery Maker website and click on the workshop link. We have a wide range of workshops from beginner to intermediate covering a variety of mediums. Once you have found a workshop you'd like to attend, simply click on the Book Now button. Fill in the required fields and then press Continue. This will take you through to the payment page. If you have any questions, you can contact our workshop coordinator Wendy at any time by emailing workshop@jewellerymaker.com. We look forward to seeing you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is Treat Tuesday that we have here, and oh my goodness, already we've been giving you so many goodies. We really have. I have had for you both parts of my kit so far under £22, and guess what, I'm guaranteeing you that for the next 2 parts of the kit as well. I've already had step-by-step instruction for amazing bundle prices with the gorgeous guest designer that I'm joined with today as well. It is the very talented Gemma Crow. Hello. Hello, lovely lady. I was just looking at these pieces here. Wow.
That is lovely. There's a lovely bundle, lovely colours, and lovely gauges of wire and the other bundles. So it was really, again, a real pleasure to work with. It's lovely.
I cannot wait to get inspiration about that. Coming up in just over an hour for you, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Treat Tuesday. That means competitions, that means silly prices, that means treats galore, including this double star buy in sterling silver. Just be prepared, okay? If you've seen beautiful chains and you love chains in sterling silver, just prepare yourself now. Hold on to your socks, because this, I think, is going to make you look at other chains in a totally different way. Prepare to fall in love. This is unlike anything I've seen before. Genuine sterling silver snake chain I have here for you, ladies and gentlemen. The quality of this is absolutely profound. The articulation upon this is sensational. You've got around 2 grams worth of precious metal in here, which means it's got a really great value to it. It's already attached with your clasp at the end in that lobster claw and in 925. It states that it's 925 upon there as well, so that you know that you're dealing with the absolute ultimate quality. You've got those gorgeous links that just give you this luster so intense. And don't forget for me, you have got a precious metal which at the moment is seriously up in price. I mean, by a lot. Sterling silver that we're looking at the moment, according to the World Gold Council, is up by 15% from today's date this year from today's date last year. So exactly a year ago today, you were paying 15% less than you are now. And the fact of the matter is that that has been quite a steady price hike, quite a steady price raise, that extra 15%, but it's stuck around for a long period of time. We're actually at a peak now. We have been for 3 weeks of what we've been since earlier on in the year. So the fact of the matter is, sterling silver at the moment is not as simple to buy at a great price as it was. Now 15%, if we're totally honest, doesn't sound like that much extra, but realistically it is. In particular, when you see the price I'm going to do this chain at today. Your price point, ladies and gentlemen, from 18-inch snake chain with, look at the link on that, a serious, it's almost like a box style, a serious amount of precious metal. You have got a sensational price on this today, ladies and gents. 18-inch necklace for just £8.95. So, year to date, according to the council, year to date, we're up by 15%. So what does that mean? Well, that means if you wanted to buy this, if we buy this exact chain today from our same buyers, right here, right now, if we purchase them, we'd be paying 15% more, which means next time we bring that to air, we would have been paying £11.30 for it. Exact same chain, just bought exactly today. We will have to pay that extra 15% more. So actually 15% is a lot when you're thinking about having to spend an extra, £2, let's say, on each individual one. So you've really, and don't forget this is a double star buy as well. I've got more sterling silver chain coming up for you in a moment, which is a different look to it, both absolutely stunning. But you've got to expect that every time you're buying sterling silver, if we need to purchase it now with that 15% increase, we're paying more. You know that means you have to pay more. You have to. That is, for me, an absolutely exceptional chain, and I know that you're big into kind of beautiful chains and things. What do you love about this gem?
I think they're really strong, really solid, and they're more neutral than other chains, because sometimes a link can actually, like your filigree links look great with your delicate wire work, whereas this one you can put with any style wire work, any style polymer. It works with every medium. Yeah. Also, it's really unisex as well.
You're
the
right,
snake
actually.
chain is really unisex, so it's probably the most versatile in that sense in terms of style you can have.
It's absolutely agree with that, and to kind of place your pendants on. What I would say as well is I'll show you on my neckline just so you can see kind of the drape of this. I've got quite a high neckline on my dress today, so I'll move that one chain. But you'll be able to see how that works so exquisitely well, even just by itself. Obviously, with the pendant on there, that's going to be great. And what I would say is, oh, by the way, sorry, I've only got about a third of my stock left. Sorry about that, should have said. But don't forget as well, what we do here at Jewellery Maker, because we give you the components, we don't then limit you to what you can do. Some places that you will go into where you buy a necklace chain with a pendant on, you won't actually be able to take the pendant off because they make sure that the clasps on each end are too large, so you have to buy a new chain every time you want a new pendant. We don't do that here. Look at the ending on that. We've done such a delicate little loop on there so that if you wanted to pop on and off your different pendants, your wire work pieces, you don't even have to buy a new chain for every single time. You could just have this one that maybe you have all your day wear pendants on, and then I've got another one coming up for you in a second, which actually maybe you want to have all your evening wear pendants on. So really very, very versatile there for you. And again, like I say, a stunning look to this. I have to say it's one of my favourite chains. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, once everybody's checked out, I will be into very, very low quantity indeed, a quarter left. £8.95, last chance on that one. I'm bringing you this chain now, and when I say ball chain, you're already going to have an image of something in your mind. Hold that in your mind because it is correct, but take it to another level because it's in sterling silver. Gem,
yeah.
What do you like about ball chain?
Are they continuous links, or is it chain with, yeah? Oh yeah.
Do you want to come and look at it up close and personal?
I do know it.
Do you see what I mean about this being a nighttime chain?
Oh, it's really twinkly.
Isn't that? It's like faceted diamonds on this.
Yeah, it almost looks like tiny diamond links, doesn't it?
I agree.
Yeah, it's lovely. Again, really neutral and quite unisex too. Yeah, it's lovely.
I love that.
Yeah, me too.
When you've got something that is so evening wear and glamour as this, you've got something again which can be multi-use, but you've also got something which I think is just going to grab the attention time and time again. And just place that up against my neckline again. I won't do it up for you just because I'll have to show you at different angles. But if you just look, how glamorous does this look alone? I mean, by itself, I think it looks absolutely exceptional. How much that gives that light back to the eye. Even from where you are now, you know, you're a good sort of 2 feet away from me. You've got a serious sparkle and shine, which just twinkles along the eye. Now, the fact of the matter is that for me, this is perfect to be worn by itself every single day. But of course, if you want to add the addition of maybe these little spaces, I've got these little charms. I've got them coming up later on. These sterling silver flower charms. Just one of those on there for me would be a perfect gift for your bridesmaids. It would be a best friend gift. It would be a treat that I would make for myself, my mum, my sister, my niece, and we all have kind of these matching little necklaces, maybe for big birthdays or whatever, because this is the type of chain this is. It's unisex, it's multi-age, and when you've got this high shine glamour such as this, it's not going to go out of style. I'll probably do that as well because I'm a bit of a thrifty minx and I like a good bargain. The price on this is going to knock your socks off. Ladies and gentlemen, for you today, £6.95. Is it because it's less work? No, it's not. This is absolutely loads of work. It's because it has slightly less of the silver within there. So you've got a slightly less money per component. So we pass that saving on. I think that is an absolutely exceptional deal. It really is. Okay, again, ladies and gentlemen, name's gone off my screen. So many multi-buyers on this one. It's kind of half and half split pretty much at the moment. I think this is such an elegant look and design. Gem, how could you kind of make this? Could you make it bold and big, or would you keep it quite gentle and delicate?
Oh, I think at that price I could afford to layer up a bit, so I could get a few, and then if I did want something bolder, I could use a multiple chains. But you could, again, it's versatile, isn't it? Because you could just put the most delicate little dropper on there, maybe some of our claw set gems that we've been getting the sets for.
I love that idea.
That would be lovely. Yeah.
Do you know what I'm even thinking? Even a claw set ring, you know, prong set rings we've been doing, kind of hanging from this would be really pretty.
It could. Yeah, you could do that. The other thing that they're really great for, the ball chain, is to incorporate into your wire wrapping. So, like if you're wire wrapping a pendant, you can sort of almost, a cabochon, you can almost frame your cabochon with the ball chain. Or just have the odd swoosh that is sort of embellished with the ball chain. So it looks really pretty.
Such a gorgeous, pretty idea. I really like that. £6.95. Okay, everybody, we are low in stock opportunity right now, so do get your hands on these ones whilst you can. I just need to remind you as well, pearls coming up for you at around about 1/2 so not long at all to wait on these. These are absolutely sensational. I'm so in love with them. Brand spanking new, never been seen before. Mammoth, luxury, and they are luxury from every angle. Peacock pearls. They are just exceptional. We haven't had a quality like this in quite some time. I think they're absolutely stunning. And for Treat Tuesday, we get a bit of inspiration with them as well. Okay, everybody, last chance on this chain now. If you want to get your hands on the final handful, and just to let you know, it does state that it's 925 upon it as well, and it does have that clasp in there as well. Get your hands on it whilst you have the opportunity to do so. 18-inch necklace at just £6.95. What a treat. In the beat. Did that work? Be honest, guys. Be honest. Yeah. Or a treat for the feet, maybe. My director told me to say treat for the feet, and I didn't even question why that might be. I'm worrying. £6.95 for you today on that one. Okay. I'm bringing some very quickly now for you, labradorite pairs. Okay, these are very, very quick deal for you. Quantity-wise, not got a mammoth amount. We've got serious quality here, and Gem, I'd like to know what you think about graded labradorite. Is it important for you?
It's something that's relatively new for me, like it is for us here, but yeah, it's always, I mean, I'm always guessing what grade my labradorite is, because you know, I've got some exceptional pieces, but it is lovely to have that acknowledgement, and then you really can have conviction when you talk about your labradorite to your customers, or to your friends that comment, or you know, talk about your labradorite pieces.
What you've got with this is a AA grade, and when we talk about grading of a gemstone, what does that mean? Okay, well, you don't have to get your gemstones graded. It does cost a lot of money to do it. It does take a lot of time to do it, but you can get them graded. Once you get them graded, you have the opportunity to basically, a grading will give you a quality indicator. With a AA grade here, you've got really great quality. And one of the main elements of quality you would expect in a AA grade is this beautiful sheen that doesn't just give one ping of light to the eye, it gives more of a swoosh. Let's ping, more swoosh you're getting with these ones. And you'll be able to see it as I hold them here and I just undulate the strand for you. Can you see how much of that beauty and richness and depth you're getting with these strands? Really great quality on this. It's a lower stock opportunity than we would like, so come in and get it whilst you have the opportunity to do so. Your price point today, everyone, should be. We are going to drop this down in price for you now though, so come on in, get them whilst you can. Arrows are rolling this down, that means your price is rolling down too. Come and get these whilst you have the opportunity at £19.95 for you today. You have the opportunity to get this in your collection. £19.95 rolled down price. It will not stick around forever, do not forget. I mean, when you look at that quality, it's absolutely abundant, isn't it? It really is exceptional. £19.95 on that. Oh my goodness gracious, says Sarah on these ones. Sorry, was that, my director wants to know if that was because of the shark. I'm going to put this as a profile picture. Oh, it's that way. Like that. Oh my goodness gracious, says Sarah, probably because of the quality of this labradorite and because of the price. Well done to everyone. Oh my gosh, my neck just clicked so hard then. Well done to absolutely everybody. I'm fine, don't worry, it shocked me. Loads of you treat yourself to these. Don't forget, you can absolutely feel free to message us in today if you've got any questions for the lovely gem, or if you've got any. We were talking about how apparently left-handed people can be more accidental because it's a left-handed world. Are you a lefty? Maybe you're a righty and you're just clumsy as well. You're not really, are you?
What? Not clumsy?
Well, yeah, obviously you're ambidextrous, so maybe you're a bit clumsy, but you're not.
A bit sometimes.
Yeah, you're not over the top though, are you?
No.
Are you a tripper? A slip tripper faller?
Not
No.
really. Well, I don't want to say it now. I'm touching someone. No, I'm not.
Just see you go under the desk in a minute. Do feel free to text us in today, 60777. Let us know what you're up to. If you're a bit of a clumsy boo like myself. Is anyone else here clumsy? Michael is. Are you super clumsy?
Yeah.
Michael, what type of clumsy things do you do, please?
Well, this was over there like a few weeks ago and I leant on it.
The desk was over there earlier.
It's on wheels, I didn't realise.
Oh really? You went to lean on the desk and just went, oh yeah, and actually you are quite clumsy after your noise yesterday afternoon, weren't you? Do you remember that? that little noise you let slip out yesterday while we were on air.
What, from a bust, not from...
From a bust. £19.95 for you today. Last chance on this one. Well done to absolutely everyone who's got that. Okay, where are we going now, please? Did you say? Sorry, my earpiece went a little bit funny before, so I've got this new earpiece, and it kind of hooks through your ear. It's like it's hugging my ear. It's quite nice. Do I look a bit robotic now with it in? I don't, do I?
Janet Jackson.
Janet Jackson?
Yeah.
Thanks.
She rocks that kind of stuff.
Does she? She rocks that kind of look. Yeah, I can sort of get that. Amethyst for you. Now, I think they're up your street, aren't they?
They're like great big wheels.
They're mammoth. They're described as centre-drilled nuggets, but those aren't my everyday nuggets at all. And they're not my everyday amethyst, I wouldn't say, but that's just me.
They're gorgeous.
They're mammoth. Now, Jem, this is the type of strand that I would look at and go, wow, that's eye-catching. Wow, I've not got anything like that. Wow, what would Gemma Crow do with it? Because for me, it seems like your type of strand that my mind just goes, love it, no idea. So what would you do?
I would probably, I'd be tempted to just put some spaces and then a sort of chunky gizmo coil around the back, you know, to have it in the back, spacer beads in between to separate them. But if I was being a bit more adventurous, I might sort of separate them out with some sort of ragged wire work.
Oh, I like that idea.
Yeah, so and it would be great with like a patinaed copper
Yeah.
or a patinaed silver, so you get some real depth going on as well.
That is such a beautiful idea.
And just really rough wrapping in there. It would look great.
I think that's a gorgeous idea. See, Gem's mind just works in such a miraculous way, it really does. 200 carats worth here of your amethyst, and these are in your medium nuggets. Your price point today, ladies and gentlemen, just £8.95. And you can see you've got a decent amount of them there. You can see you've got kind of a nice range of them in sizes as well, from around a 12 by 3 to a 19 by 5. Get your hands on those ones whilst you can. £8.95 for you today. Well done to absolutely everyone. Okay, got for you now a chain. Now, this chain is very, very special indeed. Well, the thing is, producer Toby, You know, before I said to you, oh, they've got an enamel chain on this morning, like us, they've taken it down in price, and I told you that price. Yeah, well then I did a blue one with Dion, and she took it to a lower price. So we're gonna have to match that. We're going to have to match what Dion went to on hers, I'm afraid. We've got here for you your 1 meter's worth of your gold-plated brass chain, and this is in that royal blue. Now, I would love to know what you would do with a meter's worth of this, please.
I think I would make, I did one like that with the black, and I made a seedy bead, a beady bead from seed beads, and I slid it on as like a toggle so I could wear it high or low, and just had 2 strands with a beady bead on the end of each, so it was really long, lots of movement, and you could wrap it around twice if you wanted. But it was really versatile and elegant. I think those chains are elegant.
Yeah,
so keep
I
it
think
simple.
they're elegant. Keep it simple. You've used quite a lot of chain on your next collection, and we do have some chain coming up for you. This, of course, is going to give you a totally different feel. I think it's quite ethereal, and in this royal blue, I was talking previously about how it has been voted the most popular colour in many, many countries over the world. And I think with this royal blue, you've got exactly that. It's that kind of regality of blue. It's quite a quite an important blue, actually. I think of these kind of paintings that I've seen with these kind of sky-like tones. I do think of the likes of kind of very prestigious artworks with colours and tones like this in. I think of the likes of the pharaohs as well because of that richness of blue. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we were going to do a certain price, and then Dion came along and said, oh, that other one we've got's blue, so I'm going to take it lower. We are going to go lower than we first presumed. Because it's Treat Tuesday, it'd be rude not to. First time you've seen this, your price point today should be, now this is for a meter's worth, mind, I'll hold that out for you, it's for a meter's worth, £8.95. You've got a gorgeous link of chain with gold over the top of the brass, so a real nice weight to it, and then you've got that lovely enamel element to it. Your price point today is rolling down to £5.95. Management away, so we're going to play. That is a price point that we're not meant to be doing at all on treats like this. For a meter's worth, I think that is exceptional.
Yeah, it really is. And it is such great quality chain. It looks expensive, doesn't it?
Yes.
I really enjoyed working with it when I've had it before.
Yeah.
The same, similar. It was fantastic. It looks so sleek.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's lovely.
I think it's just beautiful. Never ever been seen by itself before for you today. Loads of you are treating yourself to these ones, so congratulations at £5.95 for you. Lowest price we're going to be going to. I tell you what, you know, when you're a staff cost, we don't like to go any lower really. So at £5.95 today is your final opportunity to get your hands on it. It really, really is. And do you know what I think as well? It'd go pretty nice with, just because of those blues and golds. Do you know what I mean? Even if we did something really strange and did a super long length of the chain and just did a little loop on either side to put a pearl in the centre, so you didn't even need to clasp, just pop it on and off your head. I think that'd be quite a nice idea actually, but that's just me. So £5.95 for you on that today. Loads of people have been messaging. We were meant to do it at bang on past. We're going to do it right here, right now. Stop by! This strand is absolutely decadent. It is one of the most luxurious strands we've had in quite some time. And I would love to go over now to Gem and just tell me initially what you love about peacock pearls, please.
I love the fact that they go with so many things because of that colour. And they're just so appealing. Those colours are so appealing anyway. You've got rich purples, blues, greens, yellows, golds. They're just gorgeous.
Yeah.
And pearl's classic. So it's like a modern play, isn't it, on a classic.
I love that.
A classic.
As a description. You're right.
Pearl. Beautiful. Yeah. They're absolutely gorgeous.
Now, the situation with pearls is as this at the moment. The fact of the matter is that you have got a growing price point on pearls because essentially at the Hong Kong show, and it's been done before this, but in particular at the Hong Kong show, there was whole stalls dedicated to bringing Akoya and freshwater pearls to the Chinese domestic market. And because of that, there has been a mammoth increase in popularity and in sales of Akoya and freshwater pearls such as this. Now, you might think, well, is that such a big issue? Is that such a big deal? Well, it is really, yeah, because it means that from year-on-year growth, from this time last year from this time now to last year, growth-wise on a luxury size pearl, which don't forget you're talking about in the trade generally a 9 mil and above, on a luxury size white pearl, you're looking at a price hike of 144%. 144% you're looking at on these at the moment. Now, is that a big issue? Well, I think so, absolutely. Because, well, if we're having to pay that much more because the popularity is going up, well, then we are absolutely going to be able to see kind of the prices here at Jewellery Maker as well as along the world going up. Has things like that ever happened? Is this a brand new occurrence? Has that never taken place before? Well, no, I'm not going to sit here and say it's a brand new thing. That has happened before. It happened most famously, I would say, with the likes of your Tahitian pearls. Tahitian pearls, of course, came to the market. They were absolutely loved and adored. They were very much promoted to the Asian market. And that meant that a price hike has been seen dramatically on those pearls. I'm just fighting with this tablet now. We're going to bring the graphics in for you. I'm just taking these out for you because I just want to show you a little bit about your dream pearls. Dream Pearls has done an article here saying why the prices of Coulter's pearls are on the rise. So this is a little bit an article about this piece, and essentially what you'll be able to see in here is it talks about how the likes of your Keshi pearls, for example, have always been at a peak, have always been at a premium. It talks about when the owner of this well-known company is working with these nucleated pearls, which is exactly what we've got here. These are the exact same. That essentially when you get the pinkish purple colours, the sale was kind of bittersweet. It talks in here about, if you go slightly further down, it talks here more about how in the Gemstone show, it's looking at the domestic market in China consuming more pearls than they export. So essentially what that means is, well, it says it here perfectly, it says that they're expecting huge price hike as we get closer to the Chinese New Year. Now that's for, that's in the run up to next year because this was only written a few weeks ago. But essentially it's talking about how you've got more and more and more of these popularity of Akoya pearls and freshwater pearls going up. It's talking about how the Chinese market are, because it's gone so popular, the Chinese market aren't releasing as many of their pearls, and those two things have had a detrimental effect for the kind of outside of China, Europe, etc. world, which means that the price of these have gone up and the quantity has gone down. There is more about it in here as well, talking about how the quality of pearls isn't changing, but the price most certainly is, how you've got top quality, most expensive, to do with the size and to do with the shape. It talks about how it's tougher to source, how it's tougher to get out of China. It's talking about all of these different things. It even goes on to talk about the colours as well. It's going on to talk about how lavenders and peaches, talking about how fresh water you offer a bigger kind of look. In fact, they've even got pictures of the likes of your peacock pearls on this website and detail. The fact of the matter is that the price is going up and up and up. And is there anything we can do about it? No. 144% approximately from last year we're up. And that means that if we wanted to purchase more pearls in the luxury sizes, now just to remind you, that kind of piece there isn't about pearls in general. Your 6 mil, your 7 mil, still very quite easy to get actually, but as soon as you're above a 9 mil, and as that says, the luxury size pearl, you are expecting that big price hike, in particular on the white pearls. Now these are a 10, 11 mil strand that I have here. For me, it's a perfect necklace length. This is it touching at the back. Someone's actually messaged in about that to ask what length the strand is. I'll measure that for you right now. I did my research previously, and I'll just let you know the length of this strand, because don't forget, we don't do it on amount of pearls, we do it on length of strand. Mine here is 39 centimetres, so you're looking at 15, just over 15, almost 15.5 inches you've got here. I had a little look online for peacock freshwater pearls, and I looked at that sizing as well. The closest one I could find, and this is the closest, it did have slightly less pearls, but it's the closest one I could find for look and for amount and for the quantity, was for a strand slightly less than this. It was £25.47 plus £6.91 postage and packaging, meaning for the replica strand, bearing in mind it was the same location, it was the same colour, it was the same size, it was a potato pearl. I'm not talking round pearls, they were described as freshwater cultured potato pearls. For that same colour, for slightly less pearls on their strand in fact, you would have been paying £32.38. Understandably, the market's changing, the price has gone up dramatically, of course you're expecting that price point. Today, however, for these smooth lustre, for these luxury size, for the almost perfect round in areas, high-end pearls, your price point isn't 32, it's £14.95 for you today on this strand. This is the types of size, in the types of look, in the types of colour, of the same sort of lustre point that I was used to bringing to you, I would say about a year and a half ago, at closer to the £25, sometimes even £35 mark. And I have brought you pearls that have been larger at kind of the £40, £50 mark, but that is a different kettle of fish. I think these are absolutely exceptional, and all of your names have gone off my screen now. So many of you multi-purchasing, because you understand what's happening with pearls. You understand we haven't had anything like this for a very long time, and you all understand for the quality we've got here, that price point, it's loop. It makes no sense to me at all. Paula says, just got mine, stunning and a ridiculous price. I really think that is exceptional. What do you think, Gem?
I'm really amazed at that price too. Yeah, I was expecting 30, you know, our price is 30, 27 at least. It's just phenomenal.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen a close-up. Over here, the colours coming off that are gorgeous, and then, you know, in some lights they're looking blue, and I would have put them with that blue enamel chain, and here they're looking sort of almost like a pewtery grey, which is beautiful.
I'm going to pair it with this chain just to get a little look of it as well, because, oh, clumsy. I'm left-handed, all right? Look at, it brings those colours out even more, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's just gorgeous. The nice thing about the pearls coming down this low in price is it makes you less scared of them, and then you become more inventive. Instead of just stringing them, you know, you tend to be a bit more inventive because your investment hasn't been quite so high. But of course. But then you get all these great ideas that you may have thought them too precious to use before. So, you know, I think that really helps us to use them and enjoy them and wear them, which it probably is going to put the price up again. But you know, they're just gorgeous. I can't wait to use them.
And you are going to be using them because they are part of your challenge. Just to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, that I have another pearl coming up for you later on, which is your Keshi variety. And I've got to say, I think they work perfectly together as well, actually. Two very different strands, very different indeed, but most certainly and absolutely two very high-end precious pearls. Great. Oh, great, thanks. It's a necklace and earrings. Got mine, thanks. Love the strand. Oh, good for measuring it for you. That is actually a necklace, because if you're thinking, you know, necklace length's looking at usually sort of 14, 15, 16 inches. Yeah, with your extender on the clasp on the back, knots in between, pair of earrings as well, for $14.95. It's a no-brainer, isn't it?
It's amazing value, yeah, it really is amazing value. I mean, you can even use all your sterling silver on that and still keep the suite for under £20. You know, if you've got our clasps and things recently, shepherd hooks as sterling silver, you know, you just one pearl on there.
Just one pearl on this as a dropper. will be really beautiful, really simple, really elegant. I have got here for you, ladies and gentlemen, that stunning strand of pearls, and I've paired it with some sterling silver, which reminds me, anyone fancy a competition? We're going to be giving this strand here to the gorgeous Gemma Crow, and Gemma Crow has the opportunity to create as much as she likes with any of the materials and elements that are around her, and we're going to be giving away all of the competition, her challenge pieces to one lucky competition winner. All you have to do is answer this question correctly. We're going to open the text lines for a few minutes. We'll pick one of you at random. It's open until 3:30, the text lines. 3:30. So we will pick a winner, and then we will announce that winner towards the end of the show, and you get to win everything Gem makes with these. Before we find out exactly what Gem is thinking of creating with this, let's launch that competition question. Your question today for Treat Tuesday is: year to date, according to the World Gold Council, silver is up by what percentage? Let me ask you that again. Year to date, according to the World Gold Council, silver is up by what percentage? I, as always with your Treat Tuesday questions, have answered the question for you, and I always make sure that in the show I will have said the answer minimum 3 times, and I most certainly did think I said about 4 times today. So I hope you are keeping your ears open. All you have to do to enter is text your answer between now and 2:30, 3:30, 60777, starting the text with Jewellery Maker, James Studios, or get in touch at JewelleryMaker.com. Don't forget, if you're texting us, you need to add your customer number, and don't worry, we won't show that on screen, so do make sure you're messaging us in, and we'll pick one lucky winner at random before 5:30. So get those texts in as soon as you possibly can. Final chance on these, ladies and gentlemen, and I want to know as much as you do, what Gem, who first off looked like she was inspired to wear the wire we had, and now looks like you've been inspired by this strand with what you're wearing. Yeah. What are you thinking with this, lovely?
I think I'm gonna do what I said it makes me feel like doing. When you pay that much, you know, for your pearls, it means that you don't have to stick to your precious stones and precious metals. So I'm going to use my copper plated wire from the kit that's coming up next, and I'm going to make quite a rigid neckline, sort of Queen Anne cut piece.
I like the sound of this a lot. I'm going to hand that over so you can get started if you don't mind.
Thank you.
Oh no, you're going to make it really good, and then I'm going to want to steal it, and then we have to give it away as competition. I've already said though about this necklace, these necklaces we've got. I said to Gem in the break, I love that piece on the end. I want to wear it. And what did I say? Gallop through the forest, didn't I say?
Gallop through the woods, yeah.
Something like that. Okay, what are we doing now, did you say? Oh, we're going to do these blue necklaces for you now. These are created by our budding beaders. Gemma Crow, you have had your eyes on these all afternoon.
Wow.
2 strands.
Is that I was going to say, is that a giant strand?
Yeah, well, it is if you do it like that. What do you think of these?
I really love them. I really, really, really want those.
I know. I can tell you do. Tell me what you adore so much about these, because really you have just been ogling, I would say, all morning.
It's the colour and the size and the thickness of the colour. Does that make sense?
No, I know what you mean. The kind of the saturation, the depth of it almost.
Yeah, it reminds me of ceramic, and I love ceramics.
Yeah.
I love them. I really love them, and I love the simplicity of those designs. I think they just look classy and classic.
Sue, our budding beader, as per usual, done an absolute sterling job with these. You can see she's done the individual knotting within these, which gives them a gorgeous fluidity and a beautiful movement. And you've also got the way that we've done it on the stretchy bracelet here as well, with that really delicate rose gold. Would you go with rose gold or silver, or would these do anything for you?
Anything. I put them in any colour. I think I'm always drawn to the rose gold. I think it suits me more than most metals, but it could go with any of the colours. I mean, and they look great with wood. They look great with pearls for bridal, sort of mother of the bride pieces. They'd look great. Use like you would turquoise, so use them with your more naturals and chunky, rusticy look.
Love that idea.
Or use them, in really delicate designs as well. Even though they're big, the colour's delicate. You know, they're They're cracking, absolutely cracking strands.
They're stunning, aren't they?
Yeah.
Would they look good with turquoise as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you wanted to, go big or go bold or go home or whatever they say, then you could with these, couldn't you? Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, you have 2 mammoth strands here. Carat weight on each one, we've got the shell here. Size on each one, we're looking at 14 mil, and you're getting 2 strands here. It's described as ice cream blue. Sorry. Sorry, what? Right. What ice cream flavour is this meant to be?
Bubblegum.
Bubblegum?
Yeah.
That's not an ice cream.
Bubblegum ice cream, is that?
What? That's a thing?
Yeah, it's a thing.
You're pulling my leg.
No, it's true.
You're having an absolute giraffe.
I'm not.
Are you serious? This is an actual thing.
Bubblegum ice cream.
Bubblegum. Can you just have a look at the strand? Bubblegum ice cream.
Tom's always over the moon when we find bubblegum ice cream.
Right, well, I'm asking you in the break exactly which supermarket you purchased this from. Oh my gosh, it's luminous. That looks amazing.
Yeah, you really don't want them to jump around too much after they've had it.
It's like exactly the same colour.
There you go.
Oh yeah, sorry, price point. I want one. £12.95 for you today. £12.95 for 2 strands today. That is absolutely mind-boggling. And the price is very good as well. I can't get over that is a real thing. That's working out £6.50 approximately per one, isn't it?
I need them.
Oh, Gem. What do you think of that price point?
Fantastic. Just brilliant. I would be multi-buying those.
Would you?
I would.
Does yours come with bits in?
No, I think it's just smooth.
Just smooth? Oh, there's a recipe to make your own here.
It actually doesn't taste very nice at all.
Oh, does it not?
No.
Oh, well, I'll be honest, my expectations are at Peter now.
It depends if you like bubblegum flavour things. I don't.
Oh.
But Tom does. But I think they like it because it's blue. I don't think it's really...
I like it because it's blue. Oh, I know what I'm up to this evening. How exciting. £12.95 for you today. That is, I promise you, I'm going to drive back to Chester and then I'm going to stop off on the way and get some. I can't wait. £12.95 for you today on this. That is just a stunning collection. Sue, thank you so much. If I do go and buy some tonight, if I can find some in my local supermarket, I will put them on my presenter page. A picture of me in a cornet. Great price point on these. It really, really is. Thank you, Sue, you lovely lady, as per usual, for creating these. And Gem, we have got a decent quantity, so you might be able to get yourself some in the break. Good. Maybe. Tell you what, I'll save you one if you tell me where you get your supply of bubblegum ice cream from later. Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah?
I've got to say, though, Becky, I have never seen it in a supermarket.
Oh, are you...
Sorry.
I feel like my dreams are just shattered. I have to go to an ice cream parlour? What, do I just pull over on the M6, do I? Am I going to be able to have them on the way home tonight? Will they open at 8:30 tonight, will they, Toby? Toby, will they? I feel like it is your fault now, Toby. £12.95, nice work, everyone. Oh, loads of you treated yourself to those ones, absolutely loads. Probably because you can see how stunning it is. Do you know what I've got coming up for you in a little bit as well, which I am in lust with? I've got this really last chance opportunity on Amber coming up for you in a bit too. And there's this whole new designer working with Amber, and you're just going to love the pieces. I'll show you in a bit. Okay, where are we going to? Red Tiger's Eye. This is a proper red tiger's eye as well. You can get dyed red tiger's eye, which is lovely, but it gives you a totally different look. It's like a pillar box red. With this, it's more of a antiques bronze, actually, I think.
Mahogany.
Magic mahogany.
There you go.
That's a bit what it's like, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you're right, it does have those kind of mahogany looks to them. Oh, look at that. I'm going to move it really slowly because I think it's it's just really nice to fall into, isn't it, really? I've got here for you, ladies and gentlemen, your genuine strand of tiger's eye. Now, what on earth is tiger's eye? I hear you sing. Well, it is a natural, genuine gemstone that we get, and it gives you the opportunity to give us something called chatoyancy. Now, chatoyancy is a naturally occurring phenomenon that occurs underneath the surface of this gemstone. You can get it in all tiger's eye, but only if it's cut beautifully by the lapidress, and this most certainly is. The lapidress have to work to get the axis of this perfectly so that you have the opportunity for that chatoyancy to just burst and gleam at all angles of the gemstone. With this strand you have an 8mm rounds, and each and every single one of them is faceted to give you this magical mahogany-like look. It's captivating, it's been used in history, it used to be used as a talisman actually, in particular by kind of in the Roman times. It was believed that they wore this as a talisman, and the reason they believe that is because they found it in the likes of armoury. So in particular kind of higher lords, ladies, etc., in their armoury and in their swords and weaponry, they've actually found elements of tiger's eye kind of encrusted within there, set into these pieces. And the reason they think they did that is because they believed it was kind of a godly substance, and they believed that it would kind of scare off their opponents when they were going into battle, which I can sort of get actually, because when you look at pieces like this and the way that light moves with that tiger-like colour, with that tiger-like flash, you do get a really, really kind of hang on, what is that kind of look and appeal, in particular back in the days where they hadn't seen things like this perhaps. Today we're going to give you a special price point. Everyone has the opportunity to get it for £4.95 for you today, at £4.95 to get your hands on real deal tiger's eye. And like I said, it is a phenomenon gemstone. That's not just me going, oh, it's phenomenal. No, it's a technical term, a phenomenon gemstone. And with phenomenon gemstones, you tend to see a higher percentage in margin. That means the price at which it's bought at cost and sold on to customers. You tend to see a higher percentage in margin because it's a phenomenon gemstone, because of that look and appeal it gives to you. Today though, we've totally got rid of that extra margin that you would normally expect and brought it to you at this price point. Now, you're absolutely flying in for this. I feel like I haven't seen tanzanite alone for a long time. It's a brand spanking new strand, by the way. We sold out of them, and we didn't put a lot of we sold out, and then we bought more of them, so because we were out for quite some time. So if you want to get your hands on treats like this, get it whilst you have the opportunity to do so. Right here, right now, I'm going to bring you a little bit of a special deal that's going to go alongside these really nicely. I've gone from something very unisex, beautiful faceting, to something naturally quite feminine here. Ladies and gentlemen, lovely ladies and gentlemen, for you now, I have the opportunity to get your hands on a star. Bye. You know, I was chatting earlier about nucleated pearls. You know, that romantic topic, good old nucleated pearls. I've got a non-nucleated pearl here now. And, you're right, Gemma, love. Yeah, okay. And I've got for you this stunning non-nucleated Keshi. I love Keshi pearls. I love Keshi pearls. Keshi pearls, for me, are really up there in... are they possibly my favourite? It's really hard to say. It's really hard to say. I kind of change my feeling and my mind on different pearls at times, but I think these could be up there for me. What do you think of them, Jem?
I think they're gorgeous, and for me, in bridal pieces, they're, you know, head combs and things like that. They're just perfect. They're irreplaceable. You know, they can't be replicated by anything else. So, you know, they're just fabulous in flowers and making blossom and things like that. The design Karen Crawford did this morning was amazing. Those would look fantastic in that too. So yeah, that you can't use them in place of anything else. No, you can't. They give you a totally unique and individual look that can't really be, like you say, replicated, cheated. That's right. Yeah. So
Nucleated and non-nucleated. It's not the sassiest sounding topic in the world, is it? But it is really quite an important thing to talk about. I talked to you previously about the nucleated pearls when I showed you that article. And we talked about how with the nucleated pearl, you essentially have something that is going up very much in price. It also referred to Keshi pearls, essentially saying that Keshi pearls have always been up in price. But why is that? Well, it is mainly because they're non-nucleated. So that means they are pure nacre. They're purely the kind of expensive bit, let's say. The way I would describe it is, it's like the difference between copper core gold plated spacers and 9-carat gold spacers. Do you know what I mean? That's the type of difference. So these spacers I've got in my hand, exactly the same size, exactly the same shape as these ones, and they both contain 9-carat gold. The only difference is these ones here have copper at the core and at the centre. These ones are just pure gold. It's exactly the same with pearls. With the likes of your potato pearls, with the likes of your nucleated pearls, with the likes of your round pearls, there will be an irritant added within to the pearl, a nucleus added within to the pearl, that then means the nacre can kind of skim over the surface, like we had in this hand with the gold-plated copper spacers. Now, with your Keshi pearls, you have that high-end opportunity to get all of that nacre, to get all of that expensive bit within there, and because you have that, they are extremely, extremely high-priced indeed. Now, I'm just waiting for Toby to get off the phone. My producer Toby is chatting. He's having an issue loading these, and I don't think we're going to be able to play them. He's still on the phone though, so I can't confirm that yet. No, we can't play them. What are we doing, Toby? I'm so sorry about that. We'll try and bring them to you a little bit later on in the show. This is awkward. Toby's just like, yeah, babe, yeah, all right, we won't play them. I'm here, like, come on, guys. Ah, kill time. Where are we going to? Going to the break now. Okay, we're going to head on over into the break now. I'll be back with you after this break with inspiration from the gorgeous Gemma Crow. So I'm so sorry about these Keshi pearls. We'll try and bring them later. We're going to have to make up for it, aren't we? With more amazing prices on kits. I'll see you in a little bit.
Polymer clay I love because it will cross all ages and all mediums. You can tone it with lots of different colours to make all the shades that you desire. You can mix it with resins, you can mix it with all sorts of mediums, but not just jewellery. You can also do things like add it to your scrapbooking, your card making, and children will love it. It's a non-toxic medium, so perfect for all the family. It would just be an endless the amount of things you can make with it. I love it.
Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
If for any reason you're not satisfied with your purchase, you have the benefit of our no-quibble 30-day money-back guarantee. Just complete the returns form enclosed with your goods and send them back for a full refund.
You can now book Jewellery Maker workshops online. Just head over to our Jewellery Maker website and click on the workshop link. We have a wide range of workshops from beginner to intermediate, covering a variety of mediums. Once you have found a workshop you'd like to attend, simply click on the Book Now button. Fill in the required fields and then press continue. This will take you through to the payment page. If you have any questions, you can contact our workshop coordinator Wendy at any time by emailing workshop@jewellerymaker.com. We look forward to seeing you. Join Mark Smith as he introduces you to the incredible world of macrame. In this DVD, Mark guides you along step by step into all the techniques you will need to get started for some fabulous new designs. This includes the tools of the trade, getting started, incorporating beads, finishing touches, and finally learn how to create the beautiful goddess bracelet. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Did you know that Jewellery Maker's phone number is free from a UK landline? Now you can spend those extra pennies on more shopping.
Carnelian is another member of the quartz family. It belongs to the cryptocrystalline version of quartz, and this is a chalcedony. Carnelian in itself is a yellow, brown, or also red stone, and it can show many tones within the one crystal. Again, just like with all quartzes, it's 7 Mohs on the hardness scale, so it's incredibly durable whilst wearing in jewellery.
The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker, Ivy House, Henley Road, Outhill, Studley, B807DU. Get making and good luck.
Welcome back everybody to Jewellery Maker. Absolutely sensational to be with you all today. My name is Rebecca Redican, and today I am joined by the lady who has forgiven me for once calling her the old crow. It's Gemma Crow! Hey Gem, how are you? Oh, so you haven't forgiven me, you just forgot.
More forgotten, yeah, not forgiven.
How are you, lovely lady?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good. Now, I'm over here with you straight away because, like I said, I'm feeling super duper crafty today. I had a really busy weekend. I didn't get to do any crafting last night because I was over here, so I'm in the mood to get crafting. So I want to dive straight into the kit. Okay. Tell us a little bit, I'm going to start off with the gemstones. Tell us a little bit about working with this selection of gems because it's a really unusual variety, I think.
What it is, they all work really well together. You've got the blues and the greens, and then the pearls sort of helping everything pop out. I think that's what they do.
Yeah.
Loads of different combinations as well, so you can use the pearls with any of them, or you can use them with each other. And nice subtle sizes, aren't they? So, you know, I had wire in my bundle so I could make the big pieces, but I had little gems to embellish them.
To embellish and really go for it.
Yeah.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, today is Treat Tuesday. Don't forget, you've only got a few more minutes to text in the answer to the competition to win some unique and individual pieces created by the gorgeous Gemma Crow. But also don't forget, my kits today, all 4 elements, are going under £22. So it's a heads up for you and a warning for you on this today. Take a little look at exactly what we've got here for you. These 4 sensational strands. This is a phenomenal pair that we have here for you. You've got 4 individual strands and they're coming in very different looks and appeals. First things first, you get those drops. Those really lovely, elegant drops in that onyx. Now, with the onyx drops, you get almost this glow. You get this kind of light almost that emits from these, don't you?
Yeah, that's I think that's what you get from onyx. They almost look like they're full of water.
Yeah.
Don't they? They're beautiful.
I've also got in here those lovely pearls as well, and the pearls themselves are very eye-catching indeed. You have that really beautiful pearlescent look, and you've got pinks and greens in there. Of course, the greens bounce from this the pearls, but also from the strands. It almost magnifies it, I would say. You've got in here your lapis lazuli strands as well, and it's in the two-tone. Now, we don't get to see lapis lazuli in two-tone often. Of course, we're used to seeing it in that really deep denim blue, but with these, you've got those greens as well. And I always think it makes them look a little bit like mini globes.
It does. They look like the Earth. Yeah, they look like planet Earth. They're beautiful. I really love them.
No other gemstone gives this look, I don't think.
No, no.
You've got the two different sizes in here, both in those plain rounds. You have the 6mm and you also have the 4mm in there as well. So you've got that pairing to play with, which means you can give a really lovely difference in graduation if you so wish. It also means that you've got those different colours to work with there, and because of that, it's going to kind of plan and play really, really nicely alongside those the pearls that you have within there. You can see them as they're kind of playing around in front of you now, how you get that really wonderful workability. How you get that really wonderful workability effect on these ones that will actually go nicely too with the array of the beading threads I have here for you. Now, all of this is stainless steel beading thread. If you're not sure what beading thread is, it's sometimes called things like tiger's tail, it has different names. But with this you get stainless steel, very, very fine elements of it that has like a really nice coating over the top. And if you want to learn more about beading thread, I absolutely love and adore beading thread. I have to say that it's one of my most watched DVDs is actually Gemma Crow's Adventure with Beading Thread DVD. That one and Tree of Life are the two I've watched the most out of any other. And I love kind of the different feels, different looks you can get with your beading thread. You've got within here the white colour, and that is the 0.5, so you can see that is slightly thicker within there. Is that the only one you get? Yeah, I've been given these two as well, but ignore those ones. They're from the first kit. They've just been handed in on that one. You've got that gorgeous 0.5mm, and to work it with the white, actually, when I can see in the areas you've used this with kind of the macrame stitches almost, it gives a really, it's kind of hard to describe. It reminds, this sounds really weird, but you understand where my mind's coming from. If anyone's seen Brave, the Disney film Brave, it reminds me of those kind of Celtic wall art designs from something like that.
Yeah, it does. I think it's the matte element of it, and you know, the macrame sort of technique there is quite Celtic looking.
Yeah, you're right.
I love that white beading thread. It's really bridal. Do you know what I mean? To use along with your pearls instead of your silver threads. It looks like lace work. I really love the white.
I love that as a thought, because I'm now also thinking for the likes of your tiaras for bridal.
Yeah.
You can do the kind of
your flourishes
and
your swooshes.
and your because don't forget beading thread. If you've not worked beading thread before, if you've ever wrapped your gifts and you've used the ribbon cord, the ribbon cords, and you kind of get your scissors and you go whoop, and it goes. You can do simple things that do throngs and trellis-like looking pieces with this, can't you?
You can. It's really versatile.
Yeah, really versatile. So you've got all 4 strands. You've also got that beautiful beading thread as well. Your price point today on Here Comes the Sun should be. Now I am going to roll this down because I did guarantee you all elements of this would be taken to under £22, didn't I? This is part 1. Your price point today, guarantee, it's just £21.95 for you today for Here Comes the Sun jewellery. When you look at the amount of pieces you've created here, Gem, I mean, at that price point, you really have got yourself a sensational deal and a half. Even when you're just thinking about these, you've got the 5 different components there. It's working out something like $3.99 or something per component, really, isn't it? So I think instantly that is a very, very, very special deal, a very, very special price point. And the fact of the matter is that there's so many of you adding this to your baskets now, you do have to be as quick as a flash to get your hands on it, because I've got over 15 of these in baskets. At that price point, we really are at a deal and a half. And what I will say is I have got wire and mammoth amounts of chain to go with this, because I think that's coming up as the second part, because I think that just finishes off this kit effortlessly well, really, doesn't it? Sorry, I pushed those in the way. It finishes it off effortlessly well. So do stay tuned to get your hands on those ones as well. There's loads of these in baskets. Very important that you are checking them out when you have the opportunity to do so. Because I think they just work so well together, Gem.
They do, yeah. It's again, it's a gorgeous bundle. It really tones in together. The pearls make the greens and blues pop. and they're great to use alongside one another, but also they're great to use on their own.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard, isn't it? Like I was saying before, I get precious pearls. I like to use them on their own, But the greens are beautiful together. The green onyx is just fabulous.
And to be able to see that two-tone lapis is just very special. And you've really shown it off here perfectly.
Yeah, because you can find just green ones and just blue ones, so you can, have the different colours.
That is just a beautiful pairing, isn't it? And at $21.95, I'm just wondering, this is the one here that I was talking about that I can imagine wearing and kind of galloping through a forest. It's kind of elven. It's stunning. This is just so far up my street for jewellery. How much would we be looking at maybe selling something like this piece alone for, where you've only used sort of, 10, 12 pearls and sort of about 5 or 6 of the onyx? How much would you be looking at doing that for?
Well, I think your investment there is more time, isn't it? So
Yes.
I'm going to say probably around £40 minimum, yeah.
So you've pretty much doubled the price of this section of the kit already,
Yeah.
and then there's just the addition of your wire on there.
Yeah, and I've been gem heavy in some of the kits, and I've still got a handful. I haven't opened my strands yet.
No.
Still got a handful of gems left in that little pocket there.
Yeah, yeah.
So
you've still got plenty left over to be able to work with as well, so a great opportunity here for you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, over 20 in basket, so please do check them out whilst you can. The wire and the chain coming up in moments, but like I said, I want to dive into creativity. So let's get started, shall we, Gem?
Yes, okay. I'm going to have a sip of my drink.
Go ahead.
Holding in
Don't worry, if you
tickle.
need a cough or anything, just give me a nudge and I'll just start chatting. I'll just start saying the usual radican random things.
When you're holding in and tickling, and you feel your chin starting to twitch, and you just like hold it in. I'm making all sorts of faces.
Yeah,
sorry.
No, it's all right.
Right, okay. So I'm going to have a go at making this sort of one that makes Becky want to gallop. So we're going to do this one, and it's quite similar. I showed something similar on Saturday night when we did symmetry. This one is just simplified even further.
Okay.
So what we'll need is we're going to work from our reel, which is I've got 1.25mm wire here that's coming up in the next bundle, and I'm going to take off about an arm's width, your arm's open, so maybe just about a metre-ish. Okay, and I've warmed it through, and I've pulled it through my fingers to keep that nice curve on there. We're going to use that, and then snip it off. And then I'm going to roughly find the centre point.
Okay.
In what I've now got is like quite a big hoop of wire. Find the centre and take my flat nose pliers, and I'm going to bite down on the centre with it laying flat. And then what I'm going to do is fold it over. So I'm lifting and turning over so I actually get a semicircle like that. Okay? And that means I've kept my perfect curve and kept that all really symmetrical.
Got you.
So I've got the end here where it's doubled. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create some shapes in this to give me a nice pattern. Okay. Now, these generally end up quite different each time, but you can get a general idea. And I've got one. I just fold this one back in half.
Okay.
And please also bear in mind, when you're making this up as you go along, you're going to get some that don't quite work when you open it out, and you will. But you can always use them in something else, or just use elements of that, because there'll be bits in there that are really nice.
Okay.
Or use it in a bracelet, or something like that. Because you can always use these things, but I think the more you worry about what it's going to look like, the less likely you are to get something that you really, really like. So just this confidence and
just going for it.
Just going for it, yeah. Losing those inhibitions a little bit with it.
Okay.
Okay, so I've made this shape for the piece and the neckline. So we're going to sort of mimic that now and work through it. Okay?
Okay.
So I'm just going to use my fingers mainly for this instead of mandrels, but if you want to, you can use mandrels. I'm going to leave this section here and I've put 2 fingers underneath, and I'm going to bring these together almost like an ice, like a teardrop shape, okay? Bending both wires together, and it's very soft, so don't worry about it being hard on your fingers. And then I'm going to keep those wires together, and that's the most important thing, is that we try and keep the wires together all the time. I use my flat nose pliers, and I'm going to double the wires back themselves and give them a pinch. And then whilst I bring those wires in, I'm going to hold these with the pliers because we don't want them to move out of place. So then I'm going to again use my thumbs and fingers just to help me bring a curve of that wire up to here. And then about here I'm going to put in a loop. So this is where it might get a little bit more tricky. I'm going to hold on to the wires and I pop in a loop. So I use my fingers to bend the wire around. You see I'm doing that sort of gradually, just taking my time so I can position it where I want it. And when you do a full loop, you can't just go round like this, just bring it straight round, because you will, when it comes to open it, it'll be locked together. So what you must do is, if we're looking at that from a bird's eye view there, you must separate the wires and bring one side and one the other. Okay, you're still doing exactly the same to the wires, making the same shape, but you've brought them either side of that centre, okay? Otherwise it won't open up. So then again, use it again like two wires together, holding on to the shape you've made before and bringing it up like so. I'm going to put another sort of swoosh in. Now I'm becoming more freeform. Again, always using both, and always, if you're going to come a full round, you always split the wires, bring one at either side of that main shape. I hold down my thumbs and pull these wires across. Okay. And let's see how that's looking. I think we're pretty much at the end now, so I'm just going to set myself up ready to have a bail. So I'm going to use my bail making pliers here. Hold the wires together like we have all the way through. And roll the wires in. They should be roughly the same. If they're not the same length, just give them a trim to make sure that they are. Okay. Trim that off. So now we've got this shape. It's a little bit different to the one I've done before, but it's symmetrical because we've got it all bent in. So now what we'll do is we open it up. This is like the magic bit. This is like, have you ever done the butterfly painting?
Yes.
Yeah.
Love
it's
that.
It's exciting, this bit. So you just open this up now. So just open it like a book.
Oh, that is so stunning.
And we've got a shape.
Wow.
There.
It's almost like a Comedian Dell'Arcade mask, sort of.
Yes, it's very mask-like from there. And when I first did this, I thought, oh, should I make this into a mask? And then thought, no, Gem, it's not. We've got to make get carried away. So there's my basic shape, and now I do a bit of tweaking with that to get it into a nice neckline shape, so that all the top points are going to wrap into a necklace bar. So it's going to be a little bit of moving around. So I can do that. I can either fold that back together and do it, or I can just sort of roughly do this by eye. So if I'm trying to make a line here, so if I pull that one down and this one up, yeah, that's bringing that more into line. Can you see that? I've got a line now that I can follow. So bring this one back. Just the worst thing is trying to remember what you did. That's the hardest thing.
Is that why you do it side by side?
Yeah, that's why it's probably a good idea to put it back together to do that. But I think that's roughly what I need. So I'm kind of happy with that. So I'll then come on to doing the next bit. Did you want to do the wire before I do the next bit, or are we?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
Go on. What gauge wire did you work with to create this frame, please?
1.25.
What do you like about this gauge of wire?
It's not too bulky, but it's slightly more chunky than the 1 mil, so it makes a frame. You can make a frame with it that you don't necessarily have to overweave into to keep it in place. So yeah, it does everything a 1 mil would do, just a little bit stronger.
Well, the thing is, we saw you doing that there with the 1.25, and actually I didn't realise it was 125 because you were just doing it majoritively with your hands, using them almost as your bezels.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a bit of getting used to working with wire, of course, and I realise that I do a lot of it, and you know, my hands are quite strong, but it is a very nice soft wire, so it's not hard to manipulate.
No.
And there are, you know, when you're doing a design like this one, you've got a lot of length, you can use leverage, you know, you don't have to work really close up and tight with it.
So you've got real nice movement opportunities there. We're going to get your should be price in, because already people have seen that we've obviously got loads of chain coming up and people are checking this out. Should be, guarantee you, I'm going to be going under £22. So get that in your basket, check it out, so you're not elbowing everyone to the phone when you have the opportunity to get your hands on this. Metaphorically elbowing, of course, we do not condone violence. I've got for you 10 metres worth of your 0.25 here, which is nice, sturdy, as Gemma's shown us, you know, still malleable too, in the copper. You've then got 100 metres worth of your 0.4. Now, I'm just thinking, when I'm looking at this kit, and the piece you've decided to show us, this has got to be one of the best kits I've ever seen for beginners of wire work.
Yeah, it is. It's a great one for beginners, because you've got your frame, your wrapping, and you've also got your 0.6 for your sort of ear findings and head pins, and
got a bit of something for everyone.
Yeah, it's great.
Because I was just thinking, when I first started wire working, I still do it now, I'm quite heavy-handed with my wire, in particular when I'm weaving. So if I've created a lovely shape and I'm weaving with a 1mm as my base, naturally my base will kind of distort and goes a bit wonky, because I'm just too tough with the weaving wire. Because of the big difference between a 0.4 and a 1.25, you're going to get a real nice kind of backdrop to work with. So if you are brand new, genuinely, I believe this kit is going to be great for you to get started on. And you might think, looking at this, I'm never going to be able to create that on the first time. Yes, you will, with step-by-step instruction from Gemma. And don't forget, you can watch it back at your own time. You can pause it, rewind it if you need a little bit of help on YouTube at your own time, so do feel free to do that. And like we said, sorry, I do also have your 1.6, which is one we said was great for the likes of your earring wires. You've then got the chain. Now, I know you're a big chain lover.
I am. I do like chains.
What do you like about this selection of chain?
I've got 5 metres of it for a start, which means I've got loads.
I have 5 metres worth of this. Normally, if we give a guest designer a chain, it's either an 18-inch necklace or it's like a metre's worth in a findings pack. Not 5.
I know. I mean, I always love having lots of chain. I put it all together. You can make cascades, you can make scallops and swooshes, or just lots of texture, just for adding texture. And then also it's got the nice big open links.
Really large open links.
Which, you know, it's great for sort of dangling things onto or putting charms in.
I mean, this is the amount you're getting, and there's still all of this down here, you know, that's 5 metres worth you're getting here, ladies and gentlemen. And like we say, you have used a lot of these, not just as, I think when you originally think chain, you think, okay, chain to put a pendant on. But actually, you've done features here that give you this movement, that give you this waterfall look. You've used it in this design next to it to create this really dynamic, almost Phoenix-like tail.
Look. Big, lots of tassels, and I love that one. I can imagine wearing that one a lot. You know, it's really easy.
Yeah. It's the type of thing you'd throw on over your t-shirt when you just pop into the shops, isn't it? And you'd look fabulous. Now, already loads of you checking out on these. I better reiterate exactly what we're getting. First things first, you're getting 1.25 wire in the copper, and that is 10 metres. You're getting 100 metres of the 0.4 as well, one of our most popular gauges in one of our most popular colours, and you're getting the 0.6 as well. You're then also getting all of this chain. Can I have a look at our call screens, Toby? Please, because we're just asking my producer, Toby, if I can see you, because I want to be able to say, well done to Agnes. Agnes. That's not a person who's purchased this. I'm actually meaning to say Angus, as in the location. Sorry about that. Angus, well done. Stirlingshire, well done. Gloucestershire, well done. Powell's, well done. Cheshire, well done. Suffolk, well done. Greater Manchester, well done. And then there's a place that it doesn't say your location. Well done to all of you who've already bought it, because you have beaten the manic rush to the phones. The price point today, ladies and gentlemen. I guaranteed you £22 or under. I just didn't tell you it'd be better than half price. £16.95 for you today. Your head, when I said better than half price, went ping up then.
So we need to have a look at that. That's brilliant.
That is for 5 metres worth of chain, which we hardly ever do. Oh my gosh, you've gone loopy now on the web, and the phone lines apparently are lighting up in there like Black Forest Gatto? No, Blackpool Tower. Blackpool Tower. You know what I mean? But you have got so many people calling in for this now. Well done to everyone who got it before, because could I just say, honestly, you wish you could see my screen now. It's just going, no. It was up to there before when I brought that in. It's going quite quick. A better than half price on this for you, even though it's one of our most popular ranges of gauges. It's one of our most popular. I've got less than 50 available now. Bear in mind, we did that amazing price because we had like nearly 200. Less than 50 of these available now. $16.95 on all that chain. I did forewarn you. Sorry that that's about to sell out. Yeah, do get your hands on it whilst you can, because we don't have many left at all. $16.95, better than half price. Just a treat and a half.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant. I used to pay that for just the 0.4 staff cost.
Yeah. So actually, oops.
It's brilliant. Really
enjoy that. 120 metres worth of wire and all that chain for $16.95. Gonna sell out in a matter of seconds. Once it does, we'll bring the graphics back for the gemstones back up onto your screen. By the way, I've heard on the grapevine, you know those Keshi pearls that we're all excited about to see earlier? We've only got them, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. They'll be with you after this gorgeous demonstration, so do stay where you are.
Well, that's good news.
I know, because I really want to get my hands on them now.
Yeah, and it means that there's only an hour and a half until I can go and get them. So
yes,
less time for them to sell.
Perfect. Okay, so we've done the kind of symmetry design feature to this now.
Yeah.
And now I presume we're going to go and work on the base it's rested with.
Yes, the bit that's actually going to sort of form the neckline. So I've cut a piece off in the same way as I cut the first piece. And I obviously made a lot smaller circle now. I've just gone a little bit bigger than I'll actually want it for my neckline. And that again is up to you how big you want to create it. And then finding the centre, as I did before, I'm just going to take some flat nose pliers and just hold on to it and just give it a push with my thumb just to make a little V. Okay, just to get that V shape there. Lay it down and then just offer your previous make up to it and just see how that's sitting along the sides. I'm quite happy with that. It's different to the first one, it's different to the one, slightly different to the one I made for today's show, but similar.
So nice and unique, that.
Yeah, it is unique, and it also means that when, you know, if you have a go at this at home, you're not going to have an exact replica of everybody else that has a go at it as well, which, you know, is really nice. And then we simply have to wrap this to the frame. Now, I went really wrap heavy and I wrapped along the whole of my frame, catching the parts in as I went, and I really liked the look of it. It sort of separated the frame from the neckline. I liked it like that, but you don't have to do it like that. We just need to secure it. So I'm going to start that off now. So what I did is I also left a space in the middle so that I could have gemstones dangling quite freely, and I'll show you a clever way of sort of covering up those ends in just a moment. But what I'm going to do is I always start with the longest length of wire I can really work with and times it by 2, because I'm going to work half and half.
Okay. Swig of a drink.
Grab me one of those.
Yeah, no probs. Oh wow, festive.
I know, they've been in there since Christmas.
I can tell.
That's how long I've had a cold.
Holly tissues.
Oh, thank you.
It's all right.
Okay, so I've started in the middle and I've used one side of my wire to start wrapping towards the one way.
Yeah.
And the other side to start wrapping towards the other way.
So you've gone half and half each way down. Now, just to let everybody know, whilst Gemma blows her nose.
Thank you.
It's all right. Just to let everyone know, don't worry, I feel your pain, Babs. Just to let you all know that I have literally outsold on the Here Comes the Sun part 2 of the jewellery kit once everybody checks out. So if you want to get it, if you've got it in your basket, you have to check out now or else it won't be yours. Back with you, Gemma.
I'm back. I wondered where the name Here Comes the Sun come from, because Helena named it.
Yeah.
And I think if you look it up, it's the Beatles album cover. Now, whether she did that subconsciously or not, are these colours. the album, one of the album covers.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe she did, although she's a bit of a Fleetwood Mac kind of quirky, you know, kind of Beatles fan, so maybe.
Probably wasn't subconscious at all,
No.
Helena, but yeah, it was because I was thinking, here comes the sun, and it, you know, it didn't seem very sunshiny.
No, I know what you mean.
So I looked it up and found some inspiration online.
It's weird where you get inspiration from, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, so you can see I'm just wrapping round and round and round with a 0.4, and you know this, you can do this quite quickly once you get going. And I'm just wrapping it round, and when I start doing this, you'll see I can eventually just do it with my one finger, bringing it round, and you'll find a quick technique as well once you've done enough of it. So at first, wire wrapping and weaving takes a long time. I used to say to Laura Binding, I can't do wire wrapping, it takes too long. But now I've done a lot of it.
Once you practice, you do get speedier at it.
You do get a lot quicker at it, so bear with it because it is worth it.
It's just a practice thing, isn't it?
So what I've done there is I was offering this up to my design, and I don't want to force where the edges touch.
Yeah.
And you can see here, if I put that to the centre, I probably need about 3 or 4 more wraps before these are at a point where they actually meet. Okay, so that's what I would do. I'd go a few more wraps, but just for now I'm gonna just pull that in so that we can start attaching some. Okay, so this one I'd wrap around. Now, probably about 5 or 6 times, because that's quite a big gap, a big area that's touching.
Okay.
So, better to do a few more than not enough, especially if you are only wrapping, this is only wrapping the joins. I mean, because I'm wrapping all the way up, it would probably be strong enough to just wrap 3 or 4 times around and still hold.
Okay, got you.
But because if I wasn't wrapping all the way up, I would need about 5 or 6, at least 6, and maybe more.
Okay.
Okay, so that's what I'd do all the way along. So I would then wrap just the frame in this section, and then where that touches, I would wrap there.
Catch it.
So if I just pop a few in there and get one side secure, that wraps in.
3 or 4 left now on that wire. So once that's sold out, we're going to bring the gemstones back on your screen. And just to let everyone know, please stop texting in now the answer to those competition questions. We have picked a winner and the lines have closed, so you may still be charged, so don't text in anymore. We'll announce the winner for you a little bit later, and you get to win Gemma Crow original piece. So do stay tuned to find out if you won that.
To finish it first.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the fun thing, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah. Right, okay, so what I'm going to do is just wrap. All I've done is, instead of wrapping all the way along the frame, I've just wrapped in the area so you can see where I mean when I say just the areas that touch the frame, okay? So,
do you mind if we get in a couple of questions now?
No.
Is that all right? Because
Yeah,
I understand that you're sort of wrapping away. Someone's just asked us, a couple of people today who's asked this actually.
Yeah.
Hi all at JM, got both kits and thank you, can't wait to get them. I haven't got any bail making pliers, what can I use instead? And that is from Denise. Hey Denise.
Well, bail making pliers is fairly new for me as well, so they're new to my tool armoury. So pens, nail varnish bottles, Lego is really great, or other building block.
Such as Playmobil and Duplo.
Yeah, and they got some really great shapes in there, so you can use those. But I more often than not use a pen.
Pen?
Yeah, one of those permanent markers that are pointy.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, great one. So I hope that helps you. We've had loads of lovely comments in about your designs as well, Jen. I'll show you some later.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got that side wrapped in roughly, not as I did in the first one, but that's, you can see there were the main points that the frame touched, so that's where I popped my wraps in, and I continued wrapping up a bit further.
Okay.
Now, the next thing I did was decide where I wanted to have my gemstones and little dangles. I'll show you those in just a moment. I just pinch these wires down because where I've wrapped them, they're just sticking out a little bit. But something I've done to sort of neaten everything up and also stop my gemstones slipping around when I pop them on, because if I want a gemstone to dangle from here, for example, this point here, it could just fall down, so it's not going to dangle from where I want it. And I don't want to wrap it on because I do want movement. So the way I can combat that is to pop on a little crimp cover. And if I squidge that really tightly to the framework, it holds onto it and stops the gemstones from moving around.
Okay.
I'm going to show you how to do that. Now, crimp covers aren't really designed to go over 1.2mm thickness, so we need to widen the hole first.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is pop my crimp bead into the jaws of my round nose pliers.
If you haven't jewellery made before, these are round nose pliers which you can get in our beginner's toolkit. If you call the call centre, it's about £9.95, and it will come with these and loads of other tools, but you will need them for your jewellery making journey, so best to get them straight away, I would say.
Okay, so I've held them in the jaws, and you can see on the crimps you've got, they're like a little Pac-Man, okay? They're open, they're like a bead that is open.
Other games are available, such as Tetris and Mario. And, oh, what were those little...
Excuse me.
Those, oh gosh, weird. Why am I doing this on telly?
I don't know.
That game that I used to play when I was younger, and they used to just walk, and then they'd jump off things. Teletubbies? No, now we look strange.
No idea.
They had funny coloured hair. Lemmings! Lemmings! We got it at the same time then. Lemmings, just remembered. Yeah, such as that. Never heard of those?
No.
Oh.
Too busy watching other things.
Really?
Yeah.
Such as?
Thundercats.
Oh, I love Thundercats. I love Thundercats.
Thundercats and He-Man.
And He-Man. Oh.
That's a bit of a tomboy, really.
Yeah.
Right, so I got them in the jaws of my pliers. I'm going to try again. And what I want to do is, if you want to, you can hold them onto the sides of the thing to stop them flicking, and then pinch, and you'll hear a snap.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, I heard it.
Okay, and that's the bead widening. So then that just does one side. So then you need to turn it round and do the other side as well. So you pop them in and pinch down. Next time you won't hear a snap, you'll just feel it give. Okay? And I know that's really difficult to show, so I'm trying to hold it as well and get them in these pliers. I hold that in my pliers, and you see that it's much wider than it was to begin with. Yeah, it's so now I'm going to position that where I want it on my frame. So I'm either going to position it to stop a bead from moving around, or I'm going to cover up the ends of where I've finished wrapping. So here I've finished wrapping around the frame, and to save it coming loose, or just to tidy that end up, I'm just going to pop that over the frame and turn it over so that you're coming from the front, so you can have any open edge is going to be at the back. So position that onto the framework there, making sure that you've got the ends of the wire inside the bead. So it's underneath, and I'm pushing it up from below. And you take your flat pliers and you give it a good squeeze to get it started to close, and then we can then squeeze from different angles. So when you squeeze a crimp bead closed, if you squeeze all in one direction, you're likely to misshape it. So we sort of go round and round and push from different angles, okay? Like so. And we're going all the way around. Just keep tightening that up. Now that is really gripped onto the wire there, and it's not gonna move out of place. It's also going to stop your beads moving around if you put them on. So it's a really great way of getting a bit of detail and keeping things in place as well. I really like those on there.
I think because the colour matches perfectly, and you can't actually see the slice to it.
No, you can't see the slice. I mean, it's at the back. It's tucked away quite tightly. It does almost fully close, so it's not like it's unsightly from the back.
No, of course not.
But it does do a great job, and it looks quite nice as well. So it's
beautiful.
Perfect. Okay, so next thing I'll show you how to do is just wrapping the briolets to make some little dangles to sit within the frame.
I get you.
And then that's about it for the design, really.
Lovely.
Oh, I can do the clasp as well if there's time.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, well, we've got 20 minutes. So.
Oh, wow, we've got loads of time.
So I'm with you.
Great, okay.
Ooh, are these for something as well?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Ears, yes.
Ears.
Okay, I'm just gonna cut a bit of my 0.4 wire. And I'm gonna take one of my lovely onyx and take it through the drill hole at the top of the onyx bead here. Okay, and then I've got just left a little tail here that's going to be cut off quite quickly. I'm just going to use that to secure it in place. So then I'm going to take both wires, bring them up and pinch them at the top like that. And then I'm going to either, it's up to you now, you can either twist these together to get them bound together and nice and tight like that, or you can take the one and wrap it around the other, and it's really up to you which way you do that. This way is less, you get less bulk in the centre. And then I'm going to trim that wire off and get it out the way. So you just put it up so you can trim the right wire, and take your cutters and just trim. Okay. And then I've used some jump rings to slip down over there just to cover where the wires come through the gemstone. Now this is quite tidy, so you don't need to do that because it looks quite neat, but sometimes it can look a bit untidy or take up too much of the gemstone. So find some jump rings, thread them on. So I find one that sort of covers where the drill holes go, and I'm popping them on there. So I find that 3 just took me just to above the tip of the gemstone, and then I was able to add a little pearl. So that's, and then I pop a pearl on top, and that sort of caps it off. Like that. Okay. So let me see if I brought my wrap. I think I may have brought my wrap up a bit far. Just give it a squeeze. There you go. So that then pearl sits nice on top of the jump rings, which got a bit of movement, but also covers the top or the point of that stone. Okay.
I like that because it kind of finishes one design off and does a beading cap for the other, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Really pretty.
So then attaching it to the frame, obviously we need a wrap loop because 0.4 isn't strong enough to just do a single loop and hold. So we need a wrap loop. So what I'm going to do is, before I attach it to my frame, this just give me nice movement, I'm going to just take the wire, very tip of my pliers, and kink it right off to the side, then rotate my pliers so that I make then a loop on the top. So what I've got is that sort of shape. Can you see that? Where it's like it goes straight up, then a loop. Okay. Now I don't want to wrap it until I've put it into the frame because otherwise there'll be no way of attaching it. So open it out slightly without, like you would a jump ring. Pop it into position on your frame and put it like that, so you've got it onto your framework. And I know it may seem silly to put that circle in first because you're just going to wrap it around anyway, but that circle, that loop that you've made allows for it to have some movement, whereas when you put it straight onto the frame, you tend to just wrap it
so
onto
it's
the
taut.
frame. It doesn't move around.
No, that's a really good tip because
So-
I've done that loads
so
actually. Never thought of that.
I always make that first to define the loop, and then you take the wire, holding it in place, and just wrap it around and around. And I find if I just pull it up as I wrap, what I'll get is the wire sitting onto the pearl and making quite a tidy sort of bead cap effect on the top. And once I've got it wrapped enough and I'm happy, I can just trim that off, and that will then just dangle there in the centre.
That's so beautiful.
And I've done that with just the pearls on their own, or what else? Yeah, just done the pearls on their own. I've done 3 drops like that for the sort of centre area, and then just the pearls on their own in some of the other little spaces.
And you'll see where we've used the spaces here, it is, like you said, as a stopper, you know, there's elegant pieces in there, but it does stop those pieces from going too far. But you would never know that by looking at it because it looks so balanced and even, but they're actually doing a job as well as giving a really beautiful look.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it. I've just worked out what it reminds me of. Snowdrops. in the woods.
You're exactly right.
Yeah.
Even that green is perfect
Yeah,
for it.
it is. It's perfect, and that's my favourite. So maybe that was in there somewhere. My favourite
Love
flowers.
that. I used to think that long ago there fell on earth some flakes of snow that loved this cold grey world of ours and stayed as snowdrop flowers.
Oh, that's lush.
Thank you. That is a really beautiful design. And we did want to talk about how to finish this design off, didn't we? Because I know people are going to ask. So we'll talk really quickly about the clasp section here, because we did promise. This is your hook and clasp section there. And in our final kind of 5 minutes, if you can just talk us through this, that'd be great.
Of course. Okay, I'm going to demonstrate doing the hook and clasp then with a pen, if I've got one without a mark on it.
Oh, fab, yeah.
Because then we don't have to worry about mandrels.
About having your mandrel or whatever. Great.
Oh, I've said that, and I haven't got one with labels all over it.
Lid. Lid.
I could use the lid.
Could use the lid.
Yeah.
Is that right?
I've got a lid.
Okay, fab.
So a pen or the lid of the pen. And what I'm going to do is that one side I'm going to make a loop and one side I'm going to make a hook. So to make the hook loop first, I'm going to leave myself a good, what's that, 2 inches, 1.5 inches, and kink the wire back like so to get me started, and then use my mandrel or my lid just to bend around to make a loop. Go through that side to make a smaller loop. There we go. To make a loop.
Got you.
Okay, I'm going to take that off. That's not going to work, is it?
No, it's not at all, no.
Silly
Because
me.
it graduates, doesn't it? It would work on a pen. And don't forget, Gem would generally use a pen. It's just because of branding issues. We can't show them on television.
Okay, but basically we use a mandrel to get a shape. Now, the mandrel can be a pen or a lid or pliers or whatever.
Plier handle or whatever.
So once you've got your loop, like that,
loopy,
and you've got your tail that you're going to wrap around with, you then hold across your loop with your pliers and take the tail and pull it around the sort of rest of the neck wire. I'm doing this with my fingers, but you can take your pliers and do that if you like. Once you've got it to a certain stage, if you've got enough left, you can do a coil and cover up the edges, which is great, or you can take the pliers and pinch down until that is nicely settled against the wire with no sticky uppy bits. Okay, too much wire you can just nip off. So as long as you've got it wrapped around about 2 or 3 times, that's enough to secure it and make sure it's not going to come undone. Okay, so that's that side done. And then this side, I'm going to make the loop, and because this is a 1.25mm wire, it's got plenty of rigidity to keep its shape, so you don't need to double it up or anything. So we can literally make our loop just using the wire. So again, come in about 2 inches like you did to make the loop. Kink it inwards slightly to start with, so just going in. If that was our complete loop, you can see the angle I've took that off at. And then we're going to take, again, your mandrel or a pen or even handle of your pliers. It's a good one. And pull that wire back around just to create a hook. You can see I've let that hook extend quite a long way past the bend. And that's because I'm going to put a little spiral on there. One, to make it decorative, and two, to make sure you haven't got any sharp, sticky outy ends. And always, it's easier to get a loop, a rounded shape through your loop than it is to get a pointy shape. It sort of rolls in rather than you having to be sort of precise.
Okay, yeah.
So roll that in like
Loop
a spiral, like so. Make sure that the spiral you do on the end isn't too big to fit through the loop, otherwise you're going to have problems.
Of course.
Give it a pinch, make sure it's all tight, and then pinch all around the top to sort of work harden that section there so it's not going to come undone.
Fantastic, and that's your
then
clasp.
There's your clasp.
Gem, you're an absolute love. We've had people messaging in saying, have to say, I love all the great tip ideas given for free from all the fab designers. Absolutely and completely agree with that. You have to remember that whenever you see any single piece created by a guest designer, not only have they had to design it themselves, come up with themselves, not allowed to copy anything they found on the internet or any kind of photos that you've seen or anything else like that. Week in, week out, it is absolutely incredible. And then to pass those ideas on for free on television again is exceptional as well. How's the crow, Gemma? She's asking. I hope you have found it a cat-free home.
No. Ken and Dylan.
Ken Crow.
Ken the Crow. It's my late granddad's Ken.
Yeah.
He's Ken Crow, obviously. So
of course.
He's definitely Ken.
Yes.
Yeah, Ken and Dylan are getting on really well. However, Ollie, my other cat, won't come anywhere near him.
Oh, really? Freaked out by the crow?
He's not happy with the crow. When I came down this morning, I found the crow in my tool bag where he'd been obviously booted off of the sideboard.
That mischievous little kitty cat.
I'm not sure which of the cats did it, but
you have your suspicions though, don't you?
I
always do. Gem, as always, you're an absolute wonderful designer. Thank you so much for sharing all your designs with us and showing us all these pieces. I'm going to leave you to finish off that competition prize now.
Yes, I got hard.
Those stunning luxury pearls. And speaking of pearls, it's time. Let's all cross our fingers that it works this time. Keshi Pearl Star. Bye. Okay, I was talking to you previously about nucleated and non-nucleated pearls. We tried to place these up and then sadly we couldn't get them to work because there was something wrong with the graphics, something wrong with the code. We think we've managed to get it working right here, right now. Let me show you, to refresh your memory, these stunning Keshi pearls. We had so many people messaging in saying they were waiting. We had about 3 messages in saying people were waiting on the phone line when we were talking about these and they saw them and then we couldn't get them in. I'm so sorry about that. Have a little look at these now. Fingers crossed, everyone, for your Keshi pearls. They're working, yes, fantastic. I'm so sorry that they didn't work earlier on. We had a bit of an issue with them. They are now up and running. Stunning luxury Keshi pearls, something that we don't get to see often at all, let alone in the purest of white colours. These are always popular and now is your time. We do apologise for not being able to get these in. These are now up on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Stunning, non-nucleated pearl. Just look at the quality of these. If you aren't entirely sure what I was talking about earlier on, non-nucleated pearls is what I'm talking about here, and the way I described it, by the way, these are brand new, I should have said that, but the way I described it previously was, if you imagine in this hand I've got your copper spacer bead with gold plating over the top, and in this one I've got pure gold, both 9 carat, but this one has got 9 carat gold over the top of copper. This here is your nucleated pearls, so the likes of your potato pearls, your baroque pearls, your round freshwater cultured pearls. That's what these are like. This one here, the pure gold hand, is what this is essentially, because it's the expensive part of the mollusk that groups together to create this gorgeous Keshi pearl. When we're creating the likes of your rondelles or the likes of your potato pearls, what we do is we put something in the center of the mollusk. We put that into the centre, and essentially we then cover that naturally, sorry, we don't, Mother Nature does, cover that with the beautiful nacre that goes over the top of it. Now, we often describe to you a nucleated pearl. We always say, okay, if you've got your mollusk, imagine like a grain of sand getting in there as an irritant. And yes, in Mother Nature, in sea court, when we dive for the mollusks in the sea, which we tend to not do anymore, thankfully, because it's very detrimental to the natural environment and the ocean. But with that natural process, then we do tend to, yes, get a grain of sand in there, and then it protects itself, the mollusk, by adding all of this nacre to it. But when we create pearls, cultured pearls, what we will tend to do is add in something much larger than a grain of sand. We look at adding in something, well, it can be any size, really. In fact, you can even add little sculptures in there. But general size, we'll be looking at, sometimes it varies greatly, but generally around about a 4 mil in kind of piece within there is what we'll tend to do. So that means, say you've got, let's say for imagination purposes, I've got a 4 mil spacer bead or whatever, piece of shell, let's say, in that's what we tend to use in nucleus, 4 mil shell in there. To get a 5 mil pearl, I only need 1 millimetre of that gorgeous nacre, that gold, that expensive, it's like gold of the ocean, over the top of this. That's all I need. With these, though, there is no nucleus in there. In fact, a nucleus has been tried to be added, and Mother Nature, the mollusk, has gone, no, I don't want that in there, and has opened from its hinge and let that shell or whatever irritant in. Or it's used as a secondary pearl, i.e. it's already been harvested, the pearls have already been taken out from that first time, and then the pearl itself has carried on, the mollusk itself has been protected, it's been left alive, and it's been kind of thought there was something else still in there, and so has continued to create these. Fact of the matter is that because you've got kind of the gold of the gold of the sea within there, you've got it purely here, nothing in there whatsoever to kind of bulk it up, to bump it up like we do in the likes of your copper coloured, your gold coloured copper spacers, for example. Your price point on these ones today, ladies and gentlemen, I think are going to knock your socks off. Now, can I just say to you, okay, that these are luxury size pearls. These are luxury pearls because of the size and areas, but because you've got so much of that nacre within here. It's the expensive piece, it's the expensive bit. The fact of the matter is that we messed up. We couldn't load these previously, and because of that, I'm actually going to take the price down on these. This, for me, is the lowest ever price I have ever seen Keshi pearls ever. Your price point today. These are price per component, price per creation, price per pearl, the most expensive ones that we bring to you here when it comes to the amount we've created and made. Because, yes, all right, these ones here, if I show you these ones are coming up for you in a bit. These ones, I'm sorry, my cord from me, Mike, these ones here that you've got there, you can see these are much bigger, so you think they must take much longer time to form. No, not necessarily, because these ones that I've got coming up for you is a bit of a star by treat in a moment or two, a 9x7. We could have put a irritant within there that could be an 8x6, so it only needs 1 mil of nacre to go all the way around it. That doesn't take long to create, that doesn't take long to make at all by Mother Nature. This one does, because you've got, there's so many of you flying in. I'll be genuinely honest with you, I'll be buying myself 3 of these. That's exactly what I'll be doing, because I've never seen them at this price point before, ever. I haven't. $12.95 is go-to price for me for a Keshi pearl in my mind. 2 are $9.95. We've been doing $9.95s of late, which I think is incredible. $6.95 I've never seen on this before, because it's so expensive to purchase, it's so expensive to buy, and when they're this beautiful, because it's all that nacre. Okay, so basically we know that this is pure nacre, it's just nacre. There isn't anything within here. It's exactly as it's just the good stuff. It really is. It's just the good stuff, okay? So it's like the spaces I was describing, it's not like the spaces in this hand, it's like the spaces I had in that hand. It's not the gold plated, it's the pure gold that we've got here. And because of that, these ones will have taken around about 5 to 6 years to form, every single individual one of them. Every single individual one of them taken about that amount of time to form. But what does that give you? Okay, it's all good and well knowing that you're getting the bargainaceous bit, isn't it? It's all good and well and knowing that these have taken a long time and you're getting them at an amazing price. But why is that important for you as a jewellery maker? Because it's so thick, the nacre is so thick, because it's just nacre, not nacre, shell, it's nacre, and because of that you get the most impressive dispersion of light. Now the lights in here, it's very difficult because you're looking through so many different lenses of glass in the camera. Because of that, at each layer of glass you kind of get rid of one of the colours from the spectrum, and because of that it's really hard for you to see the amount of colours. But can I just guarantee you, I'm just going to look at one pearl and I'm going to tell you absolutely honestly what colours I see in that one pearl. Okay. Right now I've got green. Right now I've got gold and green. I've got a really bright pink there actually. More gold. Flipped, oh, I've got some blue then because I just flipped it. So all of those colours I'm literally looking at in one pearl. Now I do not get that generally in the likes where you've only got 1 millimetre of necra. This, you've got about, well, lowest point, you've got 6 mil of necra on this. If you've never worked with a Keshi pearl before, it's not something we tend to recreate. You can tell it's totally the real deal, natural. It's not something that's copied. It's not something that's made in a lab in minutes. This is something that has been created over a long period of time by Mother Nature, with her making her own decisions on this. Your names have gone off my screen for the second time now. This is not a price point that we will expect to see again. It's only because it's Treat Tuesday, it's only because management are away, and it's only because we messed up with showing you the graphics this before. We need to go to a break now because call lines have gone wild. We'll be back in just a few minutes for more inspiration.